stream link somewhere on GGD, and we're
Oh,
live.
Um,
Greetings.
one sec.
Hello.
Uh,
Here's betting that there's no one watching yet.
yeah.
That's usually about how it goes.
Oh well.
Shit. Alright, let me double check everything.
So do you have any active anti-GG people on GG discussion?
I'm anti only very mildly.
Oh, you're anti-Gamergate?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Although, I've gone into this before, how anti-GG is kind of problematic due to how absolutely broad you can stretch the term.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know what it's generally referring to, like social justice-minded people who go onto Gamergate-based discussion forums to sort of talk shit and debate and such.
Yeah. That's cool.
So I've
That's
gleaned
nice.
that general meaning, but the general problem with the term I have with it is that it's nowhere near obvious to regular lay people just looking in.
That you would be anti-Gamergate. Or
I guess, for lack of a better term, that would probably be the best thing to describe me.
mm-hmm.
Mostly because some of the anti-SJW sentiments I see, and also it just generally seems very disorganized, and I feel that sometimes, Gamergate's stated purpose in, fighting for ethics and journalism and such can
Mm-hmm.
sometimes have a large obstacle by way of their anti-SJW sentiment as well.
Mm. I understand, and to some point I agree, but I've sort of generally, on a personal level, I don't believe that it works to call someone a Gamergate supporter or a Gamergate opponent or anti-Gamergate, because I use it because people understand what I'm talking about when I mention it.
Yeah, like most people in this little clique thing we've got going on understand the terms because we've been using it forever now.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that it's much more interesting to see Gamergate as a something that happened, an event that spawned a whole shitload of subgroups where people would join in on a couple of them, and just on an individual level sort of thing.
Now
Yeah,
put
like
on.
from a sociological standpoint, like seeing all these Gamergate, pro Gamergate, anti Gamergate little cliques forming is
Yeah,
just absolutely fascinating.
yeah, I know, and all the different kinds of opinions, where you get like you have the pure ethics people, and then you have the anti-social justice people, and the third-party trolls, and I'm pretty sure you have like, at least one or two racists as well. So there's all this whole
One or
group
two.
of people.
One or two. Just one.
Yeah, well, okay, 10, 1,000, nah, I don't know. But that's what's so interesting, especially in the kind of the media presentation of Gamergate, is that you have this. Yeah, you have everyone in Gamergate thinks the same thing, and that just doesn't work because there's a reason why people either hang at Twitter or Kotaku in Action or 8chan, for example, and that's because they have different focus and different ways of expressing themselves, which fit better some places than others.
Yeah, like
So
media representation of Gamergate. Like Gamergate is not at all an easy thing to sort of portray to a general media audience.
no, but it would be much simpler if you considered Gamergate as the event around Zoe Quinn and the aftermath of Zoe Quinn, like with the silencing of all the criticism against her and Nathan Grayson, and also the Gamers Are Dead articles. That's sort of like the event Gamergate. And then after that, you spawned like the groups like Kotaku in Action and 8chan, Twitter people, and of course Gamergazi and the other. anti-Gamergate groups. Mm. And I think that's easier to relate to. It's like you have a huge pile of shit, and then you have groups of flies flying around this pile of shit.
Yeah, like a lot of it.
Beautiful.
But I think the main issue is how to convey what Gamergate is, and like maybe a few sentences to in the subjects maybe only tangentially related to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like say the bomb threats at Airplay. Like you want to focus on the bomb threat, not spend like a few pages describing just what Gamergate is. That seems more like an
Yeah.
editorial sort of thing.
Yeah. Mm. But it's not exactly like you have to explain what Gamergate is. You could just say, I don't know, a bomb threat happened during a journalistic conference. That was okay, maybe you have to explain it. I don't know.
Yeah. Like, because Airplay wouldn't have happened without Gamergate gaining the attention of people within the SPJ, Society of Professional Journalists.
Mm-hmm.
So in that alone, they are sort of part of the story.
That is true. That is true.
Cool.
Cool. Agreed. Well, that was a short discussion where everyone was not fighting and stuff.
Oh, Cesspool, check out the mod mail.
Oh? What's going on in there?
Oh, it's one of our number one fans. Not that number one fan, but a fan.
Chimp? Ooh.
Like, seriously, Chimp, no, you can't just fucking go, oh, haha, this is from the heart of the wider feminist doing this thing I basically accuse. Like, Chimp, if you can't fucking tell why that's not okay, then you have bigger issues than posting whatever. Oh, Cesspool, please you deal with it. I've tried with him.
Alright, well, let's see what the comment's taken down for.
If you guys want, I can see if I can try to get some more mods from Kotaku in Action in here. That's only if you want to.
Maybe here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you want.
Yeah, I'm wondering when Warren is going to come on. Like, I don't know if he's asleep or what.
When who's going to come on?
Orin Darklord?
Oh, I am a little bit curious what Oron actually sounds like.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to hear.
It's always interesting to hear what people you basically only speak to over the internet through text sounds like. It's very crazy.
Mm.
Playing around with the drawing tool there, buddy.
I'm sorry?
Playing around with the drawing tool there, buddy?
Yes, I am.
Hey, it tracks. Cool.
Ah!
I did not realize it could do that. What's the link, by the way?
Oh, to the stream?
Yes. Can I see? Oh, I think maybe I can just click the YouTube.
Yes,
Oh, no, wait. Did I screw
No,
up?
that ain't it.
That's not it. Never mind. Did I fuck something up now? No. Looks good.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat.
Nice.
ridiculous. Alright, it's almost that time. For, well... oh, good God, Chimp. Don't play these semantic. Whatever. 1 second. Somebody's wrong on the internet.
Oh no. It's not cool.
Hold on, give me a moment. There we go.
You know what? Should I give Chimpanzee just the link, like, straight into this? That'd be a great idea. I could finally talk with them.
You're giving the link to a chimpanzee?
I should.
Well, after indefinite period of time, you'll get a Shakespeare work out of it. Just saying.
Moderator and president of video games? What? The fuck is this bullshit?
What are you looking at right now?
I don't even know, bro. Okay, anyway, 1 second.
This is hilarious.
Which one is... Okay. Ah! What the fuck? Saw myself. Okay, I think that's the link. Alright, they're invited.
Sweet.
All of a sudden we see Jonathan McIntosh has joined. What? I would... Damn it.
I think I'm missing some kind of internal joke here.
Okay, wait, let's...
That's actually ridiculously fun.
It really is.
So if it... Very cool. Very cool.
Just fix in-game journalism. Oh, yeah. This is honestly kind of impressive tech. Oh, God.
All right, give me a moment.
Okay.
Are you sperming his face? That's not very nice. What?
Suicide Squad.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. I always thought of myself as more of a Deadshot than a Joker, but yeah. Actually, Suicide Squad's not looking terrible. It's looking okay.
I think it'll be cool. I'm not sure I think that Will Smith is fitting in, but
Like,
we'll see. We'll just have to see.
Oran, Thomas-san.
Ah, that's very cool. That's very cool.
Oh.
Oh, this is insane. On something. No, wrong face. That's right.
I'm not sure it's able to. No, it's not detecting it.
I know. No, it's locked onto my face. One second.
Probably.
Let me try something. Alright.
Looking for the face.
Hi, Oren.
Testing, is my microphone functioning?
Yeah.
Affirmative.
And my webcam is off.
Yes.
Webcam is off.
Okay.
Good, considering I unplugged it. Be a little weird for them to go on.
Yeah, that would have been a little weird.
Anyway, hello, Oron, Dark Lord. Welcome to me getting increasingly drunk and then brandishing firearms while complaining about people.
Well, as long as it's hoax, I won't object.
Oh no, I said people.
Well, I don't think it's that bad.
Oh God, what has technology given us? I'm a little curious. Oh wow, this is really kind of impressive.
That is impressive technology.
It left you behind. It wasn't following you when you did that. It's left you behind. It caught up.
It's basically stuck to my face.
I bet you tell that to all the girls.
Like you could draw a face hugger.
That's actually a cool idea. Go for it.
Anyway, yeah, Oron, you're one of the new mods, and there's a chance people haven't had a real introduction here. So talk about yourself, Oron.
Okay. I am a 29-year-old pro Gamergate lawyer. Why do I have reverb? Testing.
Yep, still hearing you.
Why am I reverb?
Probably because you're getting picked back up on my mic, I'm guessing.
Sorry.
You're not reverbing on my end, though. So,
Okay.
check your sound card settings, because, like, if you right-click on the speakers in the lower right, recording devices, then pick out whatever is picking up on you. Then sometimes you can go into microphone properties. Then under listen, there's listen to device.
Okay. Testing. It's
Mhm.
a bit.
Sounds better.
The only thing. Hang on a second. Testing again. Oh my god! I know what's causing it.
Now
For
it's
some
reverbing.
goddamn reason,
Uh-huh.
if I. Oh, nope. Now it's still doing it. Well, it's worse if I have World of Warcraft.
Maybe you have some kind of voice chat thing there.
No! Nothing like that.
And now you're reverbing.
Who is me?
What the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having technical difficulties.
We always have technical difficulties. That's
You're not-
part of the fun of the GGDiscussion streams.
How are you recording? Are you the device used for recording down in the sound manager? Is that stereo mix?
For me,
Yeah.
my stereo mix shows is disabled.
Huh. Yeah. Now it's better though. By the way.
Yeah, less clear reverb.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe my speakers are picking up my microphone is, I don't know.
Now it's bad again.
Hang on.
This is actually effectively the best CPS ever. Because you can just, like, cover your eyes, and then it has, like, a little cushion in front where you can just be like,
Aw. You barbarian.
I found it like this. Yeah. Oh god. Alright, I will deactivate cat mode for a few minutes because it is so long. What's up? Turning on here. In here, current value. What was that? You're gonna be chilly. As in the stew. Cannibalism. I'm referring to cannibalism. What? Oh, you just told yourself a mad go! Oh!
Oh god.
I love to engage in the bants with my roommate.
I figured.
Yes. The bants are critical.
The what nows are critical?
The bants.
The bats, as in the little flying things that go squeak squeak?
No, those are the bats. I'm talking about the bants.
Okay, are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Do I have reverb?
No.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
Okay.
Alright, so, my introduction, attempting this again. I've been following Gamergate loosely from the beginning. I've been concerned about social justice warriors influencing the media for years before Gamergate started.
Okay, you were doing this before it was never cool.
Since pretty much the whole blow up after Anita's Kickstarter and the harassment and everybody declaring that because she got trolled that somehow makes her right. And when Gamergate started and Total Biscuit posted about it and then he got dogpiled, I kind of figured, well, now that somebody as big as him is involved, he'll fix it. And, well, that didn't exactly happen, so I got into Gamergate to fight the good fight.
Nice.
And then everything just kind of spiraled from there into a hellhole of nightmares and despair.
Exactly.
And there is no off this wild ride at this point.
No, it's gonna keep going till it's over.
Well, I mean, that's technically true for all things, but,
No, it's not. I'm sure there's some kind of quantum physics law that...
No, do not fucking bring up quantum physics in a stream I am on.
I just did.
I hate that bullshit.
No. Quantum
You hate
physics...
an entire branch of physics.
Yeah.
I hate an entire branch of physics. You are correct.
You're such a...
What did it ever do to you?
It was
You're so
bullshit.
intolerant.
It was bullshit all the time, forever.
I'm
Even
not so sure
Einstein. Albert Einstein went, "This is fucking bullshit," concerning quantum physics.
I'm sure he said that about a lot of things.
Oh, okay, well, it was more akin to, what was it? God does not play dice with the universe.
Yes. But isn't that kind of what quantum physics does, though? Explains those things? The dice?
Yeah, explains it.
There you
Bullshit.
go. Wow. By the way, I can hear myself from you. Is it your speaker? Very distracting.
Okay, one sec. Let me turn it down a little. Better?
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Anyhow. Yeah, no, I mean, I get why quantum physics are a thing because, you know, it's an entire realm of scientific study. So just going, it's bullshit, doesn't automatically
Make it true.
make it invalid, but that doesn't mean I have to like it either.
It's true. You're a quantum physics racist or something.
I am quantumist.
Quantumist, yes.
If I could travel through time through means other than quantum physics, I would go back in time to kick Schrodinger in his balls.
Right.
And his stupid little fucking cat.
That reminds me of a very cool video. I hope you've seen
It is a rather mind-bending thing, quantum physics.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, this is relevant. Let's see
How-
here. Can we put it on Hangouts itself?
Yeah, you can do a screen share.
But what if I do this?
However, I owe quantum physics a great debt for the time I saved one of my Dungeons & Dragons characters' lives by insisting that, in fact, in another quantum universe, he had succeeded in his check, and through a bunch of magical fuckery involving I think it was a time stop spell and a plane shift, I could bring that quantum possibility over into our universe and re-roll.
You know, you lost me 2 minutes ago, I'm sorry.
This is why I hate quantum physics.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
With
Yeah.
wobbly, timey-wimey ball of bullshit. And while we're at it, fuck Doctor Who.
Hey, don't talk shit about Doctor Who.
Well, fuck Doctor Who's audience, at least.
Oh, you know what?
No.
We talk shit about the science fantasy show?
Hey, I like Doctor Who.
Yes, obviously.
Bastards, the lot of you. What happens if I click play now?
I can't hear you.
Oh, you're playing YouTube. Okay. And Rick and Morty. I like that show.
You guys are muted. Somebody, can you hear me?
Yeah, when the video's going, you have to put like. Do you see that little YouTube icon in the left? You have to click on that, and then you'll watch what we're watching. And then if you want to talk while it's playing, then you have to actually push to talk, and it'll dump the video. And yeah.
It's a pretty cool system.
Yeah, no, it's genius. Unfortunately, our viewers can't see it.
Okay, that's stupid.
Yeah, we found that out the hard way when we watched the first 20 minutes of it's actually about ethics and games journalism. The 3-hour and 20-minute documentary about Gamergate.
There's a 3-hour documentary about Gamergate.
Oh God.
No,
By who?
No, there is not a 3-hour documentary on Gamergate. There is a 3-hour, 20-minute documentary on Gamergate.
Who made this? Who has that kind of time?
Seattle for Truth.
We are gamers after all.
Gamers! They messed with gamers!
Alright, quick.
Oh dear. You appear to have muted yourself and teeth fists.
Is this actually about ethics thing our insane propaganda or their insane propaganda?
Our
Yes.
insane propaganda. It's 100% pro-G. It's pro-GG.
Well, then it's completely true, ethically infallible, and properly sourced.
Yeah.
Okay, I really should show you like 30 seconds of it, because once you see the first 30 seconds of it, you know what you're getting for 3 hours and 20 minutes of it.
Yeah.
So that means you've actually seen the 3-hour, 20-minute version of it?
I've caught like the first 30 minutes. I cannot sit through it. And I keep wanting to get really drunk and watch it, but I can't get that drunk. I would die. 1 second. Add videos to playlist.
Okay, let's see how terrible this thing is.
It's-
You muted yourself again.
I think we need to go into the YouTube.
Right.
Okay, there you go. I think you've seen all you needed to see to have
No,
it.
I didn't see anything. It only just showed up with a player.
Yeah. I'm actually seeing the contours of an Academy Award here.
Now it's restarting.
Yeah, we have to watch this intro again.
Could they run their little thing a little faster?
That would involve Gamergator learning brevity. That's not going to happen.
SEAL Team 6, do they have 300 confirmed kills?
Okay, this is just horrible fucking graphic design.
Hello, value brand Aiden Pierce.
That's a lot of adjectives.
I I am trying to sound way more gritty than I normally talk.
Nope.
Nope, we're ending this. Anyway, so our viewers can't see it, so they're just seeing us, like, look incredulous and say some bullshit about a stupid video, but...
That's.
I should say that we have a whole viewer, and that's probably me. So.
I just.
Actually, we're back down to 0 viewers. Probably because I
What?
closed my tab.
Oh.
I understand why they call us terrorists now. Inflicting that on the world is a crime against humanity.
There's one part we need to look at. If I can find it again.
Oh, Lord.
Indoctrination.
Yeah, does it have to be indoctrination? Can it not just be standard advertising or...
Advocacy?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
whatever.
of course not, because Polygon is run by the Reapers.
Damn it, saying that the Polygon is Reapers has just made me think of a combination of a space squid and Ben Kuchera, just like this huge fucking cephalopod with glasses and like a beard shooting fucking what looks like laser beams but actually aren't from its tendrils, because I know all the fucking Mass Effect lore.
Isn't it
Perfectly
liquid metal?
rectangular cubes of money. That's sinister.
Yes, it
Why
is
was this
liquefied
image
metal.
not the thumbnail? That one right there.
Can we stop watching this now?
Yeah, can we please?
Okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
Leave this
I
one
love-
to stare into your soul instead. That guy, right there. Look at his eyes.
Yeah, I am done with that. Does he get into the whole thing about the social justice warriors being created by DARPA?
It might. I have no idea.
I don't know. I haven't sat through all of it.
Yeah, sure. You said
Let
that.
me look up a...
You know, I'm gonna say this. As somebody who has actually sat through every single one of the Tropes versus Women videos so that I could refute them, I can't watch that.
Wow. I mean, that is some pure hate there. I just watched these videos so I could fucking slam them down.
No, I mean, it would be incredibly hypocritical to lambaste her for critiquing games that she hasn't played while critiquing her videos that I didn't watch.
True.
Yeah, I'm just hearing excuses. No, I get the point. It would be silly. You'd have to watch them to critique them. Definitely.
No, these videos are so terrible and inaccurate. I heard from someone else who hates her.
Look at that image right there. It's like the perfect image of what someone who thinks of a straw gamergator would imagine they think looks like a straw evil game developer who hates Gamergate. Or shit like that.
Yeah.
We're getting too fucking meta here. I can't even handle this.
Maybe it's just a third-party troll thing.
Seriously, look at those eyes. Look at that smile. It's fucking terrifying.
Isn't that Polygon guy though?
Maybe? I don't know.
Most unflattering picture ever, if it is.
Are we still watching this? Oh, him! Oh, God.
I don't know.
It looks like what's his name? Hold on. I need to find his name.
I just had an awful idea. Should I send the participation link to all the Gamer Gazi mods?
Yes!
Well, sure. If you
Oh,
want.
well, I'm not hearing any objections.
Go for
Do
it.
it. This will be glorious.
Ah,
All right,
right.
one second. Wait, 1 second. I gotta.
He looks like the guy on the picture looks like Steve Buscemi fucked a Smithsonian. Tell me I'm wrong.
Hey, you're wrong? Question mark? I don't know. I just want to satisfy you, mysterious stranger.
What? Me? Am I a mysterious stranger? Oh, okay. I can play that part.
Yes. Fun fact, this whole fucking thing is actually on Reddit conspiracy. Like, I'm gonna link it right now.
Well, of course it is. But it is a conspiracy theory thing, though. So.
Okay, I have pushed an invite to all the Gamer Gazi mods. So who knows? Maybe they'll join in.
Are these actual mods at GG Debate that are also Gazi mods, or is it the actual Gazi mods?
I don't think we have
Actual
anybody.
Gamer Gazi mods.
We don't have anybody on our mod team who mods Gazi, do we?
Nah. Like, I think pretty much the only anti-presence that's in the mod team at this point are me and Shodan.
Yeah. You guys aren't Gazi mods, are you? If you
Nope.
are, unban me.
I was not even remotely familiar with most of this subreddit Gamergate clique stuff until like a few months ago when I lurked AGG for a bit until it blew up with Rule 6, and then I lurked this sub for a bit, and then I just sort of volunteered to be a mod when Q-Fix was still around, and well, here I am right now.
Right.
Oh, I am still cursing Toothex's name to this day.
If you don't mind my asking, why do you consider yourself anti?
Well, good talk. All right, he probably just had a bad connection. We'll give him a minute.
Yeah. Give me a bit.
Are you anti-Tyler?
Who the hell is Tyler? I'm bitter.
You're bitter?
Yes. Bitter 113, as I'm sure my name says.
Actually, it says Tyler, but... Okay.
Shut up!
Did you all get kicked or just me?
Just you.
Just you.
Did you get my last question?
We started hearing the first of it, but then... Yeah.
I think you were asking why I consider myself anti.
Yeah.
Well, mostly because it's probably the best term we have at the moment, even with the problems I talked about before, both in Slack and in here.
Mm.
And also, I'd probably say that the reason I consider myself anti is largely because of the anti-SJW element of Gamergate. Like, you've said before that a lot of people on KIA sort of crowd around the worst example of social justice extremism. And in Texas, would you say that as well?
I'll be back.
I would say that when people, this is what I think anyway. When people talk about social justice warriors, they are describing a very specific brand of people who use these social justice causes.
There you go. Can you guys see my very American tiger now?
No?
What?
My picture for that pops up when I talk or is in the bottom right. I set it to the little tiger image I use in Slack.
Still looks like a blue dude. Maybe it's taking a while to show up.
Alright. Showing up for me.
I'm getting a lot of reverb, by the way.
Anyway, you were saying about social justice.
Yeah. Like, when people talk about social justice warriors, most of them, I believe, not everyone, but most, talk about that special brand of people who use social justice causes as means of commanding people, getting power over people, and bullying people, in the name of good causes.
Yeah, I think people forget that the warrior part is just as important as the social justice part.
Exactly.
Like, I would argue that part of that is forgotten by people who use the term SJW themselves. Like, there was one comment or exchange that Bitter was a part of. I'll probably wait until he gets back so he can tell me whether I'm mangling it or not.
Mangling what?
Like, mangling what I remember his comments being at the time. Oh, there he is right now.
I muted him because he's reverbing a lot.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, for me.
Huh.
That's what I'm talking. But now I can't unmute him again.
But yeah, it's like, how many people are actually against social justice?
I've seen some people argue against it, actually.
I mean, I think there are some people who argue that the current social justice movement is founded on bad science, bad logic, but how many people will actually openly say that they don't want to live in a just world?
Paul. But other than actual legitimate racists, I don't know too many people. You see, the problem with a lot of social justice advocates is that what they perceive to be fairness normally isn't. Like, they try to cite disparities in graduation fields or fields of study and not consider that maybe just like a lot of women didn't want to go into STEM. Like, they just weren't inclined towards it.
Well, I mean, it would help if they weren't being told they need to take women's studies and major in that bullshit. Every social justice warrior getting a gender studies degree is one less woman in STEM.
Mm-hmm. And one less woman in normal employment in general, because the only thing they can do afterwards is blog about gender stuff. So
like, my main problem with a lot of the anti-SJW stuff that I've personally observed, and I fully acknowledge I could be missing some shit, is, and I think Bitter himself said that the tournament should become sort of diluted a bit, and also that I remember he was in an exchange. I think he said something along the lines of there being a sort of unfortunate marriage between the people who are against warrior stuff and the people who are against the social justice stuff, that they've become sort of unfortunate bedmates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember you saying that a while ago.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah. I think
And,
part
like-
of the problem is that the media has spent so much time convincing everybody that we're a bunch of racists and sexists and stuff, that the actual racists and sexists all show up at our door expecting to find fellow travelers.
Yeah. Yeah. We've,
And like,
Really
it's at the point where maybe if it were earlier on and it wasn't at that state, I might have sort of shacked up with Gamergate, but with it like that now, that's a mess I don't really want to personally involve myself in.
I can understand.
I think you're right in that.
I will say in defense of Gamergate that the last time Kotaku, why am I reverbing so much?
It's Peter's speakers.
My speaker game too strong.
Better put a damn headset on.
Yeah. Oh, so much better. Oh god.
But, I mean, the last time there was a thread on KIA about, what's the thing you'd like to change most about Gamergate, or the thing that's the worst that's going on here, the top upvoted comment was just Breitbart.
Yeah. Well, Breitbart is Breitbart.
Breitbart is just as bad as the rags on the other side.
Well, yeah, in general, but I think, for example, Alan Bukhari seems like a very decent.
There
journalist.
there are a couple of good people working there.
Yeah.
But the publication as a whole is a rag.
Yeah, probably. I haven't really gotten much into it. I've just seen the buzzwords used in some of the articles, and I could just tell from that they don't really care about a neutral point of view. And
Milo needs to fucking stop doxing people. That's
yeah. Doxed.
Brianna Wu, Nyberg. He writes hit pieces, and he puts a lot of shit in them that he shouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he put pictures of, was it Brianna's house or Sarah Nyberg's in his article?
I'm not sure.
Or was it that, or
I know that
one of their houses is on their Encyclopedia Dramatica page. I don't know if that was gotten from something he did.
I don't think so. I remember that Mike Cernovich's house was.
I think the Brianna Wu's house stuff was Ralph Retort, wasn't it?
Was it?
That
Ralph.
makes more sense to me, really.
I have been trying
At least that's
for
what I've
a
heard.
while. I have been trying for a while to make the term "getting Ralphed all over" for somebody he does a hit piece on a thing, but nobody seems to want to help me make it a thing.
Getting Ralphed all over. Oh, well, if it happens, it happens. But about what you said earlier, that Gamergate gets such a bad rap, that you get like legitimate racists and stuff come over, and we saw that at Kotaku in action, both when Coontown closed and when At People Hate closed, and we could tell by the amount of reports we got in and all the shit comments from people like Spotted the Fatty and the use of Dindu. And we could just tell that people had jumped ship from there and came to Kotaku in action to try to sort of, I don't know, assimilate or change the rhetoric or something like that. And
at least Dindu is kind of a funny pun. Racist, but funny.
It's only funny if it's really used ironically, I think. But,
well, yeah, I mean.
But the problem is that some of those people don't use it ironically.
Did we actually give the thing to the Ghazi mods?
Yeah, we did. I sent it. They haven't taken me up on my offer.
Nobody's biting. They never. they very rarely want to talk outside their little hug box.
No,
That
really?
I mean, I am convinced that the average person on Ghazi is not that nuts. It's the moderators trying to artificially create this consensus, this sense of unified block of beliefs that doesn't actually exist among their user base.
It makes sense.
I think the
Because-
most visible meta one that I've seen amongst them is probably Hoax, but that's most likely because they make the effort to make themselves very visible.
My personal arch nemesis is Kailry. She's the one who banned me.
Okay.
Dun, dun. Who banned me? I actually went into Gamergazi to respond to one of their "Look what KIA has written now" stupid things, and I responded to it, sort of just to try to offer some nuance to what they were saying, and I got banned, of course.
I went in after Bayonetta got into Smash Brothers, and they started taking credit for it. And
They
I
took
was
credit
like,
for what?
for Bayonetta and Smash Brothers.
They took credit for Bayonetta and
Yes,
Smash Brothers.
they did.
Okay.
And, like, oh, look at all the progress we've made for women. Those Gamergaters must be shitting themselves now. And I was like, we like her too, right?
Like, Bayonetta and Smash has been talked about probably for a while, like, by probably a lot of people. Like, I think the person that most comes to mind is, like, Maximilian Dude, who sort of advocated for Bayonetta and Smash.
Oh yeah, Maximilian Genius. I follow him.
But it's like, I tried to do like an olive branch type thing. To come over and say, you like her because she's a strong woman. We like her because she's an expression of creative freedom and artists not giving a shit. And, at least we have this in common. Maybe we can find more things we agree on.
Can there be
And-
peace between us?
And then they down smashed you.
No, not really. I actually got quite a positive response from the users. A lot of them engaged, and a lot of them were like, "You seem not crazy, so why are you a Gamergater?" And
And we can ask the same thing to them.
no, but I mean they genuinely seemed, a lot of them, to want to make sense of how I wasn't fitting into their little box of what we were like. And so, some of them ask questions about, so why does Gamergate believe this, and why does Gamergate believe that? And I was like, for one thing, Gamergate doesn't believe this. Some people in Gamergate believe this. Some people in Gamergate believe Sarkeesian's a con artist. Other people in Gamergate think she believes what she's saying and is just wrong.
I think that you can have every kind of opinion, and you will find someone in Gamergate who has it.
Pretty much, but there are certain things that are like, there is a block of Gamergaters, a sizable block.
Of course.
Who believe this.
Yeah.
But, I sort of explained, there are factions within Gamergate. It's not a monolith. There are people where it really is purely about ethics in games journalism, and anything else is a distraction. And there are people who are like, yeah, it's about ethics, but the cause of the unethical behavior is this ideology. And then there are the people who are just against the ideology.
Yeah, and this is very much what I talked about earlier with Cesspool, in that Gamergate is just the event that started everything, which kind of spawned like this huge amount of different kinds of groups
Yeah.
who believe different things, and you have groups that have some members, and these members are in other kinds of groups, and all of this just constitute a huge subset of groups with everyone who's involved in some way with Gamergate, including Gamergazi and
We
the
don't
others.
have the right terminology for discussing it, partly because we use Gamergate as a term for both the event, that the scandal itself, and one side of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I steadfastly refuse to acknowledge Gamergate as a side of Gamergate. I just go by pro and anti. It's way easier.
Yeah, but it's also incorrect, because how do you sort of explain that, oh yeah, he's a part of Pro Gamergate, but he only believes
I
like
think of it as
25%.
like saying that you're pro-life or pro-choice.
Yeah.
You know, it's the issue and declaring where you stand on the issue.
Yeah, that's true.
But so I sort of explained, there's factions. A lot of times the factions are at war with each other. There are things they don't agree on, and as with anything, there are moderates and there are extremists.
Mm-hmm.
I would say my own personal question to the statement that there are factions within Gamergate that sometimes war with each other, and I'd agree with that, but my main question would be, like, to the main outside world, outside of, like, little cliques like, say, Kotaku in Action and GGDiscussion and everywhere else Gamergate is, which faction sort of dominates the overall discourse that Gamergate as a whole puts out?
I would say the closest thing to a party line Gamergate stance that you can have is basically that ethics in games journalism is the symptom, and extreme progressive opportunists advancing their agenda and their personal gain are the disease creating that symptom.
Yeah.
That's probably the closest thing to a position that most Gamergaters will agree this is about.
Yeah, I'd agree. At least
I mean,
partly.
like, that works for probably general party line, but the question I was actually trying to ask was, what faction do you think sort of pushes itself out more in the minds of the general consciousness as the idea of what Gamergate is?
In the general consciousness is very influenced by what the press has said about us.
Yeah, so
but as for
Baptist Church, Westboro Baptist Church, or something
basically,
like that.
That's what we're thought of as. But as for what is the dominant group within Gamergate, I would say it's pretty much the Kotaku in Action faction.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well.
KIA is the only large Gamergate hub that has a relative degree of ideological unity and isn't caught up in all the board versus board bitch fighting on 8chan.
Well, don't say that. We have GG Revolt people trying to throw us out all the time. But
on 8chan or on KIA?
Well, it comes in waves, but they've sort of tried to.
They get very little traction on KIA, though.
They do now, but a good couple of months ago, they actually did gain a fair bit of traction, and people weren't very satisfied with us mods for a bit.
When? You mean when that we have pillars of Gamergate discussion and we're going to change the rules so you have to play match 3 with these pillars to submit an op thing?
Yes.
That system was terrible, man. It was a confusing mess.
We were experimenting. What can I say?
It was.
It was basically an attempt to try to encourage quality posts.
Sure, but it took an hour to fucking understand what you could submit.
Yeah, it's understandable. I can see why people got pissed. It was also the banning of certain users that had in the past delivered quality stuff, but we're now getting more and more GG revolty in how they acted.
Well,
And
I
well, shit
think
was
any
fun.
kind of censorship of speech is always going to be a very contentious topic in Gamergate circles. You have to really, really have an ironclad justification for saying we want to what is effectively the internet equivalent of no platform this person.
Yeah, definitely.
Otherwise, you're going to have an absolute mess on your hands because you know, when you've been censored from the free speech forum, that's special.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, we've never claimed to be free speech in that sense. Like, we have rules, and if people don't follow the rules, they will be banned eventually. Not right away. Of
I
course.
think of KIA as essentially free speech within the limits of not being a 24/7 riot.
Yes. Like, I would say it's like it's free speech within the same limits as like a country.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it should be said that people don't care if some kind of third-party troll gets banned for.
No,
for
they
just
really
shit
don't.
posting, of course. So you'd only see this kind of reaction when you have people who actually contributed at some point, for example.
Yeah, you have to have some kind of leg to stand on to say, I have skin in this game. I am
Yeah.
part of Gamergate. You don't get to just kick me out.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, you have the people who are actually just trolling, and then you
I think that everybody on the internet understands that trolls are an endemic, and the trolls have to be culled, essentially.
Yeah, except for the trolls, of course, who feel that they are the most important voice in the world, and who feels very, very entitled to having their opinions, which of
But
course makes it a shitstorm.
but everybody else realizes that if you don't have some degree of moderation,
Yeah,
you will have chaos, and the original purpose of the discussion forum, whatever it may be, will be lost.
yeah, exactly. So we're a bit strict, but not very. I think that we find a nice balance, and
Yeah, I think KIA is a pretty well moderated sub. I've always appreciated that social justice warriors are allowed to come post and argue with us. I've had a lot of good conversations with, I think you pronounce it Mercilli. Do you know who I mean?
I'm not sure. We're silly. I can't remember.
Mursilli, I think.
Maybe.
It's
It's
a Ghazi poster who occasionally shows up to debate, and I've had some good conversations about various feminist theories with this person and such, gaze theory and stuff, and I think we've made progress. I think we've actually changed each other's minds on a few topics.
Yeah, that's what debate is about.
They're
really.
not all crazy people, but that's what I was saying about my time at Ghazi. They engaged with me. They wanted to understand how a Gamergator thinks and why we reach the conclusions we reach. And I asked for, I was like, I know you don't allow pro GG posts, but I've been asked a question. Can I answer it honestly? And one of the mods, such powerful ally, said, okay, I'll let this go. If it's, if you go crazy and you're horrible, I'll delete it, but we'll let you answer it and we're not going to ban you. And I get into a discussion of why some people in Gamergate conclude that Anita Sarkeesian's a con artist.
Right.
Which is not a view that I personally hold, but I think she believes what she's saying. I just think she's very, very wrong, most of the time at least. She has a couple good points, but most of the time she's overstating her case.
Right.
But I was trying to explain how some people get to the conclusion that she's a con artist. And the next day, I come on, and I discover that I've been banned for attacking her.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Even though I was given specific permission to be honest and to state my case by a mod, I get banned anyway. And I go on the mod mail and I'm like, what the hell, guys? And they say, well, you're posting in bad faith because this stuff is considered a consensus in sociology, so you can't possibly not believe it's true.
Right, yes.
And I'm like, no, I swear, I really believe what I'm saying. I'm not posting in bad faith. And they tell me that their standard message, GG, please go.
Yeah.
And then mute me. They're assholes. And Kalery was the one loudest leading the charge to get rid of me.
Yeah, so
And
that's your arch nemesis now.
My arch nemesis.
Yeah.
Though Dragon Adept is getting close.
I was banned by RB Tremor.
I don't know that one.
I think I think it's a her, but I will not say that for certain.
I think Kalery's female too.
Mm.
But I've heard Kalery referred to as her, but I don't know if that's the case.
No. Now, she said, "Can you?" I was responding to. They were talking about Kotaku in action in some extent, and I was responding to it. And then they banned me and said, "Can you please not?" So, there I go.
I think they make a very concerted effort to cultivate an image of us that they sell to their users.
Mm-hmm.
And they really do not want anyone from Gamergate who is remotely sane coming there
Nope.
and messing with the image they create of us.
Nope. That is very true. I think you're completely right.
And
But it's not that hard though for any sane person on Ghazi to come on to Kotaku in action and engage or even just read the posts.
no, it's not. But that's why they create this fear of us, so that their users will be too terrified that God knows what will happen to them if they poke the bear.
Yeah.
They'll be doxxed or harassed or whatever, that they don't dare try.
Actually, fun fact, I got unbanned from Ghazi once I talked to, I think it was Sponsor, and then was just like, hey, I got banned for asking a very simple question, and it was like, hey, when did you have your interns start doing this? Got banned, whatever. But I was allowed to start posting on Ghazi again. And then I got banned when I didn't post there for a fucking week. Like, I hadn't posted there for like a week or two. And the last thing I posted there had like 15 upvotes, and it was saying, hey, rape support, I think it was, has no obligation to take in Gamergate supporters. They are under no obligation to. 20 upvotes. Nothing happens from that, and then a week later, I get kicked out. I still do not have an actual explanation of anything I did on there to get banned.
I tried to get unbanned about a month later after it happened, and they wouldn't go for it. They started rooting through my KIA post history and telling me what a monster I was for a couple of shit posts they were taking out of context. And I was like, well, do I get to defend myself? Do I get to go through my post history too and say, what about this time that I beat Alzael into the floor about the history of first wave feminism?
Mm-hmm.
and that they weren't having it.
No,
Well,
they don't want it. They don't want. They want consistent message.
Yeah. But to their defense, they can ban whoever they want, and they don't have to justify it. And
No,
it's,
well, I don't know.
They don't have to. They are
They
not
don't
under
have
any
to.
physical constraint. It's just decent, like decency. It's morality. It's
And not even just that.
respect.
The Reddit mod guidelines, the actual rules of conduct for moderators, which, okay, technically they're guidelines, but they're what the admins want moderators to do. Specifically say, don't ban people just because you disagree with them.
Yeah, but guidelines.
But I mean, sure, they don't have to. They will not be carted off to jail for unjustified banning, but that doesn't make it moral.
No, and it makes them less reasonable, and it sort of shows their colors.
I think
In a sense.
it is essentially they have been trying to cultivate a personal army. That kind of thing.
Yeah, and you can see it also in many of their posts when somebody steps out of line, and you see it in a much greater extent on GamerGazi than you ever did on Kotaku in Action, or actually most part of Gamergate. When somebody fucks up and says something that the high amount of people thinks is uncool, and then you're excluded from the group. For example, Brianna Wu at GamerGazi.
Oh yeah, well, even they were like, Brianna came here and she thought she ran the place because she's a celeb, and she wanted to make them her personal army. And the consumer mods were like, no, this is our personal army. Get out. We did the work to build this, not you.
But they had her modded for a while, and for quite some time you couldn't say anything bad about her or debate against her there. And they were like, oh yeah, I have never seen them say we love Brianna Wu, but it felt like that was the general thing, was that she's a high value person, a strong female person, and then she got kicked out, and then people started saying stuff like, oh, I never liked her. It's very high school.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's actually an observation that Leanna K made recently.
Yeah, that's probably right.
That SJWs behave like high school cliques, the sort of toxic femininity instead of toxic masculinity.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Honey Badger Brigade actually had a thing about that for a long time ago, about the mean girls. The ones who were like the queens at high school now turned into feminist.
Somehow I don't think any of these were the high school queen bee. The high school queen bee has to be hot.
Hey, it can be conventionally attractive. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, in case any of you see my camera randomly pop up, I'm fucking with my bag, if you're wondering what I'm doing.
I see. That must be why it's in your lap.
Yeah, I'm attaching stuff to it.
Fucking with my bag, is that some kind of euphemism?
Yes, it's euphemism for utilizing one of the single greatest innovations of the last 20 years, mully-webbing, to attach additional pouches to a thing that is itself a pouch.
That's some euphemism.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yeah, that's Ghazi, and the fact that I got banned from Ghazi, and I went on Shit Ghazi Says to bitch about it, and I was like, well, Jesus fuck, how am I supposed to actually talk to aunties if Ghazi bans me and Against Gamergate had a coup?
Yeah, they had a coup, didn't they?
Yeah, and basically, I just know
that...
Yeah,
the coup. GGDiscussion was effectively the coup.
I just know that when Meowie left and basically came to KIA and warned us that they were gone and now there were basically no more pro Gamergate people on the mod team, and the whole thing had become an anti-circle jerk.
Mhm.
And after that, I stopped posting there. And when I posted on Shit Ghazi Says to whine about my ban, they were like, well, have you tried Gamergate discussion? And that's actually how I found the sub.
Oh.
So if I had not been banned by Gamergate or by Ghazi, I would not probably be here today.
So this is your backstory.
That's my backstory. So now I'm a moderator of this place, and haha, Kailri, you only made me more powerful than you could possibly imagine.
Exactly.
Ban me down, and I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
And in the sequel to the original trilogy, 20 years later, you'll have the voice of both Ewan McGregor and Alec McGuinness.
Yes.
I don't think it's McGuinness, it's Alec Guinness.
Yes, sorry.
Alec McGuinness. He loves it. I'll be right back, people.
But, yeah, happy accident. That's my origin story here.
So, Beta, you have thoughts?
The Mellow's clip by Tactical Taylor is an effective system, but it can be kind of finicky because plastic is not. Oh wait, shit. Essentially, Ghazi and a lot of anti-GG in general do themselves a disfavor when they keep repulsing all pro-GG instead of all crazy pro-GG.
Yes!
It's like, when you stick the moderates in with the radicals...
But I don't think...
To be honest,
think that they
that's
want the
not
moderates.
really wholly unique to anti-GG aligned people.
Oh, no, of course not. But it's just like, basically, don't ever make people think they aren't being heard. Like, actually listen to people, actually make an attempt to address them, talk with them, make them think that they're actually being considered. And even if you effectively blow them off, a lot of the time they won't, start trying to fucking blow your shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably if I had to put the issue into words, I'd probably say that there are a few people on each side that sort of have their own mental set-in idea of what the other side is, and they get very passionate about it.
Yeah.
Where's that fucking webcomic?
But yeah, alright, I kind of do that myself by just going, appeals can be filed in mod mail, sort of, but I just do that because
It's easy to type.
I'm not going to fight you in public. We're going
Here
to
we
address
go.
this in relative private, so that way you don't continue to score fucking karma points for trying to stick it to me. Like,
Here we go. How do I link something in this?
You go to
Just
the
drop
right
it in chat.
Yeah,
message.
the chat thing on the right side.
Which one's the chat? I see draw, YouTube, control.
No, it's on the right. Or I guess...
Maybe the group chat is... Wait. If you have it closed...
Here we go. Here's chat.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
There.
Here we go.
That. Oh, by the way, can you see my tiger icon now as my thing?
No.
Or do I still show as a blue stick figure?
Yeah, it's still a blue outline.
Probably be like that for the rest of the call.
Yeah.
But yeah, that comic basically sums it up better than I ever could.
Yeah.
Some percentage of each side is crazy assholes. But I mean, I think we probably have the average Gamergator and the average SJW probably have more in common than we actually disagree on. It's just these couple of contentious issues and a lot of hyperbole.
Yeah, and also who people pick as their, I don't know, their people to look up to. I mean, my biggest gripe with the common or the normal Ghazi person, for example, is that they accept that people are treated this way. That because this hug box they're cultivating is very obvious.
Well, I'm just curious, how long is it going to be until there's going to be the next quote-unquote Gamergate? Like, by my estimate, we're probably in for something like this again by late 2016. We had it happen with Doritos Gate in late 2012. We had it happen with Gamergate in late 2014. So...
And now also the rabid puppies and sad puppies.
Yeah, but Gamergate is ongoing, so I think anything of in this vein that happens from this point forward is basically going to be seen as an extension of Gamergate.
Yeah.
It's going to be wrapped up in this ongoing culture war.
It's a very effective way to shut down any kind of criticism, like, for example, Sad Puppies was.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the thing about the Sad Puppies is that you can pretty much see Gamergate's reaction to it was pretty lukewarm. There are a lot of Gamergaters whose attitude was basically, yeah, there was a problem, but they just escalated it further, so they're just as bad.
Yeah.
I mean, the general attitude of Gamergate of like you see on Kotaku in action to like Vox Day is he's horrible.
Yeah. Well, he is.
Yeah.
Sorry if you ever see this, Vox, but I've read some of it.
I'm not sorry. You're an asshole. But that's the whole thing has been sort of we see their point, but taking an implicit voting slate and replacing it with an explicit voting slate is even worse.
Yeah.
But there's a difference, though, between the sad puppies and the rabid puppies.
Yeah, but they both are guilty of the same kind of escalation.
Probably.
I think the thing about
Like, Rabbit Puppies was basically Vox Day going, hey, let's nominate me and some of my friends.
yeah,
I.e.,
exactly.
probably the most unethical thing you could ever think of.
Yeah, exactly the kind of collusion we're against.
Mm.
But
I
it's
think that-
like, I think the thing about Gamergate is that we are willing to say, okay, you made this the rules of the game, well, we'll do it back to you and see how you like it, because fair's fair, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that annoys me so much.
But with the sad puppies, they didn't just do that. They took it a step further. They were in a situation where there was essentially an implicit consensus on who should get a Hugo, and they created an explicit slate.
Mm.
And that's an escalation.
It's an escalation, but in that way, I can sort of see the point to it, because what they wanted the whole time was just awareness of a system that's obviously
and in that
broken.
they succeeded.
Exactly. So they got the people who was like the judges or the people who was organizing this. They got them to reply to them, and they got people to know of this, and that was sort of the whole point the whole time. So this was the third time they've tried this, and I think this was the first time they actually managed to.
Well, I think
get
it
some
worked
proper
because
traction.
Gamergate had already been such a thing.
Yeah, probably.
And they had people who were willing to, if not agree with them, at least give them airtime.
Yeah, exactly. And of course they were lobbed in with the hate group that is Gamergate, but they got their PR. People love game dropping these days, so.
But, But I think that anything else is basically going to be lumped into the ongoing Gamergate culture war. It's just going to be seen as an extension of that.
Probably, yeah.
Mostly because they
People never
probably
die.
consider like stuff like the Sad Puppies and Gamergate to be part of this overall reactionary
What they call the alt-right.
stuff. Like, I think there's one member who used to largely be on GGDiscussion, Tax Time, who thought about the same way and said that he followed a lot of reactionary movements and that he considered Gamergate to be among them.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I think that basically, that's the problem with the logic of the people who say change the tag, who say you don't want to be lumped in with this collective blame, stop calling yourselves Gamergate, call yourselves something else.
But that's
what's
just
the point of
stupid.
doing that? What's the point of doing that when everything else that you don't like, you call Gamergate?
Yeah.
Whatever new movement broke off from Gamergate and called itself something else to try to demonstrate good faith, you just say, well, you're just Gamergaters.
Yeah, exactly. You came from Gamergate. This is just a branch that branched off from Gamergate, and this is
they'll call
Or-
any attempt to discuss these issues as Gamergate.
Yeah.
So there's no point in changing the tag. So you can't argue, well, I think Gamergate, the tag, Gamergate, the label, is irredeemable, but, I'm not saying that the people involved are irredeemable, because
And-
those people are stuck with that brand whether they like it or not. You can't distance yourself from Gamergate, call yourself something else and say, okay, now can we discuss these issues?
Well,
So if you are not going to let Gamergate be something else, then you have to allow it to be at least theoretically redeemable.
Mm-hmm. And you can also see that Gamergate started after the Zoe Quinn thing, and a lot of the Gamergate people started off in the burgers and fries hashtag, and
Gamergate broke off from that.
yeah, exactly. And
Gamergate was itself the first attempt to change the tag
precisely.
in an attempt to gain a sense of legitimacy.
And how did that work?
Gamergate was the people who acknowledged, there's this mob who want to harass Zoe Quinn, but what we care about is the broader issues, whether it's ethics or the influence of extreme progressivism or whatever. We care about the broader issues that have been brought to light because of what Zoe did, because some people said, hey, wait a minute, this isn't just a personal issue between these people and la 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 what a whore. This is actually an unjust kind of collusion.
Yeah.
There's a bigger issue here. And hang on a second, now that we look, this kind of shit has been happening for a while. And, people look at anything in politics or anything like that. People eat up sex scandals. Before this, you could talk and talk and talk and talk about ethics in games journalism and problems like Dorito-gate and XB1M13 and stuff like that. But you'd lose your audience after about a week because they'd get bored. It's so dry.
Yeah.
But then you add a games journalist and in bed with a games developer, literally, and it becomes much more salacious and much more interesting. And it held people's attention spans for a while. And I think it also had to do with the fact that Zoe Quinn had a rather colorful reputation already. There were plenty of people after things like the Wizard Chan incident or her time as a something awful goon or what have you, who had
refinery
grievances against her,
capitalists. Yeah.
and
And
they
also
were
the censoring. Also the censoring of the discussions on the different kinds of gaming forums.
yeah.
Yeah, the
But not just
DMCA
that.
takedown of
But what I mean is
Monday night.
there were a lot of things that predated the
Yeah.
Zoe post, where she had gotten herself a bad reputation online, but she was considered untouchable because she had powerful friends.
Yeah.
But then people finally had something on her. She'd sort of fallen from grace,
Yeah.
and the
Well, she
wolves
hadn't
were at the
fallen
gate.
from grace, but people tried it, I think. People tried to get her to fall from grace because I think that the reaction that were towards her after the Zoe post was probably, and I'm not justifying it, more like explaining it. I think that it was sort of like a reaction to this whole, uh, this strange idolizement of her in the game's media. Like, look at this huge new front runner of game design. She has made a Twine game. Wow, she's a legendary game designer, and that was sort of they presented her like that.
That was
Beforehand.
ridiculous.
It was
I would say that
ridiculous.
a lot of the praise that I sort of perceived Depression Quest getting was less sort of design and more that it was willing to tackle the idea of depression, the concept of it in a video game form.
Well, sure.
Because it doesn't really happen that often.
I don't
Well-
entirely blame people for considering it an original idea, but trying to market it off the death of Robin Williams was just scummy.
That was scummy, yeah.
She
And
kind of
that's
made,
also-
from what I read, at least the reasoning she gave, that was a planned release date anyways, and then he just sort of died.
Yeah, but
And then
she
she made it
used
free.
it. She used it.
Yeah, but and I can definitely accept that that was sort of like
Though,
it was
you know,
an original idea.
I could
No, she probably
Have-
could have handled it better by maybe moving the release date. That probably could have been something she could have done.
have a more charitable interpretation and say that maybe she made it free because she genuinely believed after that happened that it was important to build awareness about depression. You know, I can give her the benefit of the doubt and say that that's a possibility. That could have been what her motivation was. But it was ill considered.
Yeah, but my gripe with this isn't that thing either. My gripe with the whole thing is that she released a Twine game. I have nothing against Twine games. I think Twine is pretty cool, and you can make a lot of cool stuff from it. What she made wasn't especially impressive, even as a Twine game, and it's nothing compared to other games that have come out from the indie scene.
She made a
nothing.
thing and she was treated as a god.
Exactly, and she was hailed as the next generation indie creator, and I think that that sort of it created like a bubble that had to be burst, and that bubble sort of it, or maybe more like it created an opposite reaction, sort of like to balance out this praise, and it had to happen at some point.
Not just that,
And
but
I can see that, but on the other hand, critics and audiences having different tastes for media isn't exactly all that new. I get the feeling that, again, a lot of critics probably love the idea of Depression Quest more than they were raving about the design of it.
But they still hailed her. Maybe even more so after Gamergate.
I can
also
understand that,
before.
but it became a lot of people started to question, why is there this disconnect?
Yeah,
Why is she treated one way by critics who keep doing this?
Yeah.
Who evangelize games like Gone Home that most people look at and they think, okay, that was a kind of clever twist, but
Generally
what was
boring.
worth the money?
yeah.
I think it's probably similar to maybe the disconnect between people who the audience for, say, art films versus
Mhm.
other kinds of films,
Yeah.
because that's essentially what you could describe games like Depression Quest and Gone Home,
Mm.
I
art
agree.
games.
I agree. But the thing is, it was a question of perception more than reality. Once the Zoe post dropped, people latched onto this and they were like, "Oh, now I get why she's getting all these incredible reviews."
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean that turned out not to be the case. It
Yeah.
turned out that the affair with Nathan Grayson began after the
Uh,
Depression Quest review. But they were
well,
still friends. They were friends.
sort of. The relationship started almost. Well, Nathan Grace never reviewed her game, but he gave her a lot of
He gave her Game
coverage.
Jam a lot of good
Yeah.
coverage.
He gave her coverage, and a couple of months later they became a couple. And
Yeah.
to say that they were not in a relationship is very much a half truth in that
They
case.
were
Because,
friends. They were friends.
yes,
They
but
knew
you
each other. There
don't.
was a personal connection.
Yeah, of course, but you don't go from one day to another and then just suddenly you wake up and say, "Oh, by the way, we should totally get together." And then the other guy says, "Okay,"
No,
and
that's
then they're a couple. So
Hey,
there's
hey, you know how we've been talking for a few months? Hey, baby, you want some fuck? I can
Yeah,
give her.
exactly. Yeah, let's get married. Let's move in together. It
But
doesn't
it's
work
also
like
sort of, I think in some sense it was like, I can use my position to impress this girl, and maybe she'll like me.
it is possible. At any rate, in this case, Nathan Grayson is obviously the least ethical one because
Exactly.
Zoe Quinn didn't break any kind of
Exactly. That
ethical
was,
rules.
unless it can be proven that she actually offered sex as a bribe for positive coverage,
Yeah, but
she technically didn't do anything wrong. It's
you'll never
not.
be able to prove that, and as long
I
as you
don't think it
can't prove
happened.
it,
I
no,
don't think
me
it
neither.
happened.
And to me, it's just it doesn't matter if it happened or didn't happen. You might as well just say that it didn't happen if you don't have any proof for it. There's
But
no point in speculating on it.
well, I mean, I think sometimes even without hard evidence, you can make a case that something is plausible. The idea that
course.
she is directly whoring herself for reviews of a product she's distributing for free anyway doesn't make fundamental sense.
No, it doesn't.
But
No, I think this is she has friends in a lot of high places, um, and she uses these friends as coverage.
other than that, the friendship itself took its natural course.
Yeah.
Quinn herself did not do something unethical because it was not her code of ethics to uphold. It was the journalist. It was Nathan Grayson who made the ethical breach.
Exactly.
And I think it's entirely justified for people to say, if Nathan Grayson is the one who fucked up, why is Zoe Quinn the one getting the shit?
Yeah.
But
And I think that the reason for that is what we've talked about, is that this persona was sort of blown up to a degree where it just the bubble had to burst. There had to be a reaction.
she had haters who didn't like her for personal reasons. The bubble had to burst, and let's face it, there are some genuinely sexist people in the world who have fucked up ideas about when it is and is not okay for a woman to be sexual.
Yeah, definitely. I
But
think that
Gamergate began when some people looked at the whole conspiracy thing
hmm
and said, now hang on, there's a bigger issue here, and it's bigger than just Zoe Quinn.
Yeah.
And we want to talk about that, and we want to get away from all this personal bullshit and, catfighting with her, and we want to talk about the bigger stuff, so we will call this scandal Gamergate.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
what happened? We were treated as an extension of the conspiracy shit posters using ethics as a cover. The bad actors and harassers just migrated to the new tag, and because Twitter is a shit service, we had no way of banning them. And it didn't work. We effectively tried to change the tag.
Of course it didn't work.
And we made enormous efforts at demonstrating good faith. We gave money to feminist charities. We created Vivian James as a mascot to show that we didn't have some warped idea of women.
It's a red joke.
It's arguable. It's a Piccolo Dick joke.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Whether the Piccolo Dick, the situation depicted in that meme is actually rape or not is very debatable.
Yeah, and anyway, the colors have now become a symbol for Vivian.
Exactly. It had become genericized. It had become part of V culture.
Yeah, definitely.
And there was no conscious attempt to reference rape in her color scheme.
No, obviously not.
But
I mean, if there was, it started on 4chan, and 4chan is 4chan.
If it was some idiot trolling.
Yeah.
But, there was a lot of effort to demonstrate good faith, including the harassment patrols, Gamergaters, policing Twitter, mass reporting harassers, and at one point, didn't we dox a bunch of harassers, give their info to Anita Sarkeesian and say, report these fucking people to the police?
I don't think that constitutes doxing, but yeah, they did find out. They did find this guy, South American, I think he was, who had been sending threatening emails to her.
But we found him.
Celeb Renando.
Huh?
Celeb Renando.
That is quite probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we found these people, and we reported them to her, and we were like, we are not your enemies. Here is an olive branch of good faith. Report this asshole to the cops, and let's move on. And not only did she not report him, she acted like that never happened.
Oh, no. Of course she did. Because
and I think that was when Gamergate realized that the people we are trying to debate with, and at that point trying to win over, will never be willing to deal with us in good faith.
No, but that's because they need us as a hate group, because they gain so much popularity and so much traction. Just look at what has happened with Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn and Brianna Q. The three big ones.
The two big ones. Brianna's never quite been on that level. She is not unassailable. They turn on her occasionally.
Oh yeah, they do. But I'm not talking about, for example, Gamergate. I'm talking about the publicity she has gotten and
But she didn't get to go to the UN. She must have been so butthurt that day.
Yeah, probably.
She must have been sitting there crying into her latte. Why was I left out?
It would be interesting to see if she did something like go out and say, "Oh, I've been harassed" or something around the same time.
I think that on some level she must deeply resent Anita and Zoe. If you notice, Anita and Zoe are photographed together all the time at events. Brianna, to my knowledge, has never actually been photographed with either one of them.
That is possible.
I think there is a lot of resentment. But that aside, I think that the reaction to the attempts to reach out and the attempts at good faith being rebuffed in the way they were is what created the extreme wings of Gamergate that we now know as Baphomet and Revolt.
Is Baphomet actually from GG at all? I thought they were just a third party.
There's sort of. Some people consider them the militant wing of Gamergate, but BAF people are like, no, Gamergate are a bunch of SJW cucks, and they don't have any balls, and Gamergate are like, no, these people are fucking nuts, we're not them.
Yeah, exactly.
But the association is made.
Yeah.
But, I think because of that, a lot of Gamergaters took on the attitude, okay, if they are never going to give us a chance no matter what we do, then there is no point in playing nice, and we can feel free to rip them apart and to use their own tactics against them.
And that's stupid, because everyone who looks in and then they see these people acting like children, even though they're just mimicking the other side, they'll still lose all the goodwill from everyone else.
Yeah,
And
it's a tactical mistake. It's a bad idea, and it's also not moral.
Yeah.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
And
But
it's a hypocrisy to it.
There are some people whose attitude is sort of realpolitik. They, no more Mr. Nice Guy, gloves are off. If these are the rules that you set, then you can't blame others for playing the same game.
Yeah, exactly.
And, I think sometimes it's valid, sometimes it's not. I think it's unreasonable to expect us to forswear all effective pressure tactics and attempt to win on goodwill and saintly persuasion alone. That's not reality. We have to be allowed to engage in normal political tactics, including consumer activism, including boycotts, including contacting advertisers. Just when we do, we have an obligation to be truthful in the claims that we're making. There's a big difference between contacting an advertiser and saying, look at this unethical thing and this unethical thing and these specific breaches that these people printed. Shame on you for associating your product with them to try to get them to cancel their service, their ads and stuff, and calling a developer a fascist and a misogynist for including a bikini in his game.
Oh, the horror.
They're just making accusations that aren't true.
And very arbitrary.
Very arbitrary, and just based on shit science. We have, at this point, consensus, a scientific consensus established by the American Psychological Association that exposure to video games does not cause antisocial behavior. It can influence emotion, but it will not make you commit an evil act you otherwise would not.
No, exactly. And then it's stupid of some people, including Feminist Frequency co-writer Macintosh, to talk about these things as facts. And he should know better. And
Macintosh is a lunatic.
Yeah. I also partly suspect that he's the... And I think I'm not the only one, and I'm not completely in conspiracy mode, but I think that he's behind a lot of the Feminist Frequency thoughts.
I think he's an influence, but we all... I don't think she's ever officially confirmed it, but the general consensus that she's never denied is he's her boyfriend, right?
I'm not sure if I've ever thought about that as much, but that is possible.
But whatever he is, he's someone close to her. And we all are influenced to some degree or another by the people in our lives.
Yeah, definitely.
That doesn't make her his puppet. That doesn't make her some kind of sock puppet with his hand up her ass. But I think he's an influence. I think his views are an influence that pushes her towards more extreme beliefs. And he also he writes some of the stuff. You know,
Yeah.
she does not write her own material, at least not all of it, and that's not a condemnation of her. Most on-air personalities have writers.
Yeah. Mm.
You know, I mean, the only major newscaster who writes all of his own material is Keith Olbermann, and he went bonkers.
Keith Olbermann. Who was that again?
I think
He
he
was-
was associated with ESPN.
He was ESPN, he was
point.
MSNBC for a while, and he wrote all of his own stuff, and he got so stressed he had a giant breakdown.
Poor guy.
You know, that was too much work.
Yeah.
Anita Sarkeesian could not possibly do all of her videos, jet around the world for speaking engagements, go to every possible convention, etc., 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 and write everything. It's too
No.
much work. It's
That's
too
true.
much work.
Well,
What-
I would say that her speaking engagements, agreed. Her videos, I don't agree because she uses 3 months to create a 10-minute video.
Yeah, but I mean, that's on top of all the speaking, all the conventions, all the flying around, all the interviews.
That is.
I think I read that there are at least some videos where she uses other writers.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I
she-
remember, I think one of the videos where she highlighted a strong female figure, I think it was the first video where she had a writer that wasn't Jonathan McIntosh from
Was
my memory.
it Catherine Clark or that Carolyn Petit person
I have no idea. Let me look
who
it
I
up.
think replaced Catherine Clark? I think Catherine Clark was too nuts even for her.
Catherine Cross.
Catherine Cross. Clark is the Congress critter.
Congress critter. Catherine Cross.
Also, somebody's trying to say that the DoD Gamergate falls under the DoD definition of
That's
terrorism.
Dragon. That's Dragon. He's crazy.
Trump, I'm going to figure out the best way to phrase this. I work with the DoD much more than Dragon Adept does. No, GG fails that definition. GG fails that definition on so many fundamental values. Now,
The argument that Dragon Adept is essentially making is a mixture of legalese, colloquialism, and literal etymology. Because Gamergate has made someone feel terrorized, we are therefore terrorists.
Mhm.
Because literally these words are connected. But that's not how terrorism is used.
No.
I mean, if you want to call Black Lives Matter terrorists, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, I was about to say, well, that's okay. But no, even that's dumb. Fuck off. You're an idiot.
Well, I wouldn't call them terrorists, but I think that some people within the Black Lives movement, especially now lately, have gone quite crazy.
No, some of them are fucking idiots, but
Yeah.
like
Terrorists.
yeah,
They
I
haven't
look
killed
at
anybody.
I look at Black Lives Matter and I'm just like, okay, they have a point. I can't really object to what they're doing. I can only object to what some of their protesters are doing.
Mhm.
It's
Like the girl who.
And like, there are some people within Black Lives Matter that have tried to establish a sort of platform to put forward. Like, let me see if I can look it up real quick. I think I remember it being called Campaign Zero.
yeah, it's.
Campaign Zero.
I guess Gamergate did a really good job of forcing me to empathize with Black Lives Matter because I'm just like, think of all the rhetoric I would use against Black Lives Matter.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
wait, I had to fucking deal with exactly this as a member of, well, not member of, but as pro GG. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, what? Yeah, no, that's fucked. It was fucked.
I think that they definitely have a point when it comes to the episodes where a colored person is shot. He's unarmed.
You
and
mean a
he's
person of color?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Should I say black? African American. Should I use the N-word?
You should call them an African American, whether
There's
they're
someone
from
on
America or
GGFFA who
not.
uses that
Well,
word
all
in their
right.
username.
I'll say African American. It's probably the most suitable. African Americans who are unarmed, they are not resisting. Maybe some of them are running away, and they are shot, which I think is pretty reprehensible and crazy of the police.
Oh yeah, there's some fucking
And then
racist
there's
cops in
stuff
this
like
country.
Ferguson, like getting past everything involving Michael Brown. Pretty
Yeah.
much everything their police force did was not great.
Iffy, but it was just like, even the testimony showed, guy was charging at him, and I know it's really easy to
Well,
say.
no, we don't necessarily know he was charging at him. The forensic evidence shows that he was facing him and he was moving towards him. It fails to establish at what speed he was moving towards him. And
Fair enough.
there is witness testimony suggesting that he had his hands raised at the time, and there is contradictory witness testimony saying that he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is, we don't know what happened.
And also, a police
Like-
officer should be able to defend themselves.
What we do know, what we do know, is that Mike Brown already attempted to take this police officer's gun and turn it against him.
Mm-hmm.
Whether the shoot was justified or not, we know that Officer Wilson had good reason to be afraid that Mike Brown meant to do him harm.
And
Yeah.
while
Now-
we're actually here, I do
now-
want to ask a question. Like, you're a lawyer, right, Oren?
Yes.
Like, recent lawyer?
You're a lawyer?
Like, how the grand jury process was handled in the Mike Brown case. Is that usual? Like, just sort of putting all the evidence out there?
Depends on the circumstance, but generally, yes, you want the grand jury to have the facts available to them to indict. Or, in this case, not to indict.
You're a lawyer or studying to be a lawyer? Or?
I'm a lawyer. A relatively new one, but
Hey,
He's
you're
a lawman.
21?
Wait, no, hold on.
How old are you? 21?
29.
29, oh, right.
I've been at this
What's
for a
the
few years now.
Right. Cool.
But
Lawyerism.
we know that Officer Wilson had reason to be afraid of this guy. Does that make the shooting justified? Not necessarily. But it is far more likely, if the shooting was not justified, that Officer Wilson was simply a coward rather than a racist.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's probably more of the case. It's cowardism, and it's sort of like if not racism, then it's sort of based in this probably to a sense justified thought that black people are trouble. And I say justified because I know that there are gangs.
We can't dispute the crime stats.
Yeah, exactly.
Black people are statistically more likely to be involved in violent criminality per capita. The
Yeah.
question is not whether this is the case. The question is why. Is it
Yeah.
because of something fundamentally wrong with them as a people? I doubt that.
Yeah, me
Is it
too. It's
because-
poverty.
Is it because of poverty and the fact that they have been repressed as an underclass? Or is it because they have created a culture that glorifies criminality? Or is it some combination of the two?
I think it's poverty and the creation of a culture. Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree. I think it's a vicious cycle
Definitely.
that
Yeah.
they don't
stop
feel
having,
like they have legitimate,
Exactly.
respectable means of finding success.
Exactly.
So they glorify black people who have found success through criminal means.
Yeah.
And this only furthers them being thought of as criminals, and the cycle continues.
Exactly.
And I think better race relations in general are what are needed to break that cycle.
And one thing that does not help improve a race relation
Is
Is
race
to-
baiting.
Race baiting, and also saying that black people are perpetually being harassed and oppressed by white people, and
No,
white people
you just
should shut up.
create resentment. You
Exactly.
I
you
don't
just
think
make
I don't think that reasoning of being perpetually oppressed is valid in every case, but from what I saw of the Department of Justice Ferguson report, and pretty much everything the Ferguson police force did unrelated to the Michael Brown case, like
Mhm.
how they handled the protests and reporters covering it and all that,
Mhm.
they were
it
jackbooted.
was
Like,
kind of a shit show.
Yeah, no, I saw some footage and images of how their SWAT teams were equipped and uniformed, and I was just like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
This is an
Stop
army.
flagging people with your fucking rifle!
we need
Yeah.
to demilitarize the police.
Yeah, definitely.
Aside from designated, I know as a military leaf type guy, you're gonna hate this, but hear me out.
What? No, I'm just leafy. Shut up.
We we should have designated SWAT teams in urban police departments where they are needed, but other than that, police officers should not be walking around with military gear or driving military vehicles.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, here's the problem with that. Define military gear. Define
No, military gear. Well, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
When they outright buy armored vehicles that used to have fucking cannons on them before they got, removed so they could be resold to law enforcement from the Department of Defense, that is definitely a military vehicle.
Well, here's the thing about
And we're
that.
fucking selling those to schools.
No. There's a reason behind it. It's all right. As a SWAT team, they have a specification for an exceptionally tough box on wheels, like just ludicrously tough. Now they can either buy an entirely new, custom, like purpose-built box on wheels. It turns out to be more expensive than a used tough box on wheels that happened to be used in Iraq, but other than that, it fits the bill perfectly and it's cheaper.
No,
It's like-
I completely understand that. I realize that in a lot of cases, it is simply that something has become obsolete on the battlefield, but is still a perfectly serviceable vehicle, and why waste it when it costs a fortune? I
Yeah,
totally
Don't
get
sell it to
that.
schools.
But
Mhm.
there are some things that the police absolutely do not need. And anything that looks like an outright tank is a bit over the line.
Well, you have siege cars or siege.
Why
armor.
the hell can I find pictures of SWAT vehicles with tank treads? In what
Because
circumstance is that
There's
useful?
siege engines, like they crash through walls and stuff.
Why
because
is that necessary?
it's the
In a hostage
bill.
situation or a siege or occupation of house.
But
Did
when
you have
are you in a situation in the course of police work where the sheriff needs to be driving a tank because
That
this
is
couldn't
true.
be done with a handheld ram?
Yeah, that is true. Like you would need like a SWAT team or something to
You know,
When
and
handle
dealing-
those things.
No. When dealing with an armed compound that has multiple semi-automatic rifles that are shooting back at you, that it's just like, fuck
How
it,
often
we
does
got
that
this
happen?
old tank on this, not old tank, this old tough-ass box on wheels. We're coming in. We don't care that you're shooting at us. We can shoot back and ignore you shooting at
But
us.
how
Fine.
often does that happen?
But what I'm saying is I have no problem with the existence of SWAT teams and with them having paramilitary equipment. But that should be reserved for a dedicated tactical unit. It should not be shit that is handed out to regular officers like candy every time a situation gets a little bit hot and they want to look scary.
Basically, not brought out at goddamn protests.
Yeah, no, that was annoying. That it was a protest. Like, unless they were seriously dealing with a manning shortage, and it was just like all fucking hands on deck. We don't care what you do. Show up, do what we tell you. Report
Fine,
to the checkpoint.
but then why are you wearing SWAT paramilitary gear and not riot gear?
Because that's their day-to-day gear. That's what they're issued. That's what they go out day-to-day.
I'm sure you have enough riot gear to equip them with the proper stuff. They don't need to be carrying an automatic rifle.
No, riot gear is expensive as balls. Like,
I want to give an interesting little tidbit, interesting little fact, or maybe actually a question. So, I come from Norway, right?
Right.
And of course, Norway is generally a more peaceful country than America. We agree on that.
More like bigger pussies. Oh!
Burn! Oh, that stung right in the butt. Yeah, but they did statistics on the use of guns among law enforcement, and now so they did statistics on this from the years 2002 to 2014. And I would say that the population in Norway has been somewhere along the lines of 4.5 to 5 million through that time.
Right.
So can you guess how many people have been shot and killed by police during that time period?
In the double digits.
Huh?
In the double digits. Like
In the
low double digits.
Right, double digits. Any more closer, like more specific?
Is it 0?
10 to 30.
It's not 0.
It's not.
No, it's not. It will not be 0.
It's not 0.
3.
3 is very close. It's 2.
2 people. That's pretty impressive.
2 people have been killed. In 2014, the police used a gun to threaten 42 times, and they fired shots in 2 cases where no people were harmed. And normal police officers in Norway are not allowed to use a gun unless they are given permission by HQ. So they have like a box that's locked with a gun inside, and if they come over a situation that they feel is threatening, they can call in and ask, "Can I use a gun?" And that's how it works.
Sure,
And
but let's face it, that's not viable in America at this point in time.
No, obviously not. It's kind of a different climate, but I think that it still goes to show, because people in Norway also have a lot of guns, and there are criminals, hard criminals, who will also resort to violence when they are apprehended. And it's not like everyone in Norway is friendly and nice. And I think that it just goes to show that there are alternative methods to approach apprehension and trying to calm perpetrators.
I agree. I'm just saying, I completely understand the police having a gun, but them having an LAV-25 is a little harder to swallow.
Well,
yeah, definitely.
2 things with that Norway example is that isn't ammunition a bitch and a half to get a hold of?
Not especially, no. I don't think so. You can be, if you're a hobbyist, you're allowed to buy guns, I believe, and if you are a hunter, you're allowed to buy guns. But it depends a bit on what kind of gun. Shotguns, for example, no problem at all.
Okay.
And of course, you had the thing that happened in 2011.
Oh yeah, with fucking Jackass.
Yeah, Jackass is
Breivik?
mildly.
Breivik was
Breivik,
his last name? Okay.
Yeah, Breivik. And he got a hold of both.
No, he got like this old ass fucking basically plinker rifle, and he attached as much tactical gear to it as he could have, if I recall right.
He had a shotgun at least, and I think a couple of handguns, and what is called an AG3, I believe it was, which is fairly common Norwegian automatic weapon.
But I mean, I can find
Wait.
some messed up stuff on the internet. Just on a quick Google, I can find police in tanks that have fucking 50 cals on them. In what circumstance do the police need a 50 caliber heavy machine gun?
Overweight
Shoot through
perpetrators.
cover.
But I mean,
Yeah.
in what circumstance is a criminal going to have access to heavy armor that requires an anti-vehicular weapon?
I'm
By
assuming that
getting
it's more
behind
of
a
a...
very thick wall.
You know, why can I find pictures of a functional tank with a 120 millimeter cannon on it, dressed up in Sheriff Arpaio's colors with blasting away at drugs written on the barrel?
Okay, first off, I am a resident of Arizona. I mean, I'm not in Arizona right now, but my home state is regrettably Arizona. And let me say first off, Sheriff Arpaio is a fucking idiot. I fucking hate that guy. I don't know why he keeps getting reelected other than my state is full of fucking idiots.
But, I mean, why is this legal? That's a 120 millimeter cannon. What is he going to do with it? Fight
Have fun.
cartel mecca?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's kind of crazy, really. But I guess
it may be just more PR bullshit.
PR and cause a sense of dread, maybe.
Sure, but it's PR at the expense of treating your own citizens like battlefield enemies.
Yeah,
Well, the
that
problem
is.
is
And your
that-
police as an occupying army.
Yeah, Arpaio...
That should never be the case.
No, it shouldn't
No.
be, but Arpaio is exceptionally incompetent at his job and often thinks of the people he's supposed to be overseeing as people he's occupying. I mean, look at the shit he did with prisons. Like, the U.S. Department of Justice literally had to tell him, hey, actually run the prisons to fucking spec, because you're incompetent.
We also, you know, speaking of prisons, we need to get rid of private prisons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to stop having large corporations with a profit motive to keep as many people as incarcerated as they can.
It's no wonder that you have a very high, what's that called? You should know you're a lawyer.
Recidivism?
Huh?
Recidivism rate?
Yes, yes, exactly. There's no wonder you do. It's like a brewing ground for criminals. You go in because you've stolen a gum and you come out a hardened criminal.
But, you know, I mean, you look at some of these things. For example, why do SWAT officers wear sort of balaclava masks that cover everything but their eyes?
So they won't be identified by future criminals in case footage comes out.
Yes.
But for one thing, we shouldn't have our police be essentially afraid to be named. We shouldn't have anonymous police.
They're literally dealing with people who have proven themselves indifferent to the concepts of human dignity, of due process, of moving beyond retribution. We are dealing with bad people. We are dealing with actual criminals. And if you have to call in SWAT teams, the worst of the fucking worst. So the balaclava to create limited liability for the SWAT team members is for the protection of the SWAT team members, just so that they can't get their face seen.
I
And-
understand that, but
Yeah.
what about the police officers who book those criminals? What about the jurors who convict them? What about the prosecutor who puts them away? What about the judge who oversees the whole thing? They don't get the benefit of anonymity.
They
No,
wear masks.
they don't.
Everyone
And-
wears masks.
And why should the police be entitled to that special protection? I just
Why
think
should they be entitled against it? Like,
because I
okay,
think we should be allowed to see the faces of the people who are policing us so that they are human to us. I don't think that we should create this stormtrooper effect where our police are hidden behind balaclavas, behind huge aviator shades and military-style helmets. Unless they need a gas mask, we should be able to see their faces so that they are human beings and not faceless, occupying goons, which
No.
also creates an anonymous, unaccountable mentality that is proven in psychological studies to make people feel less accountable for their actions.
No, but sometimes putting on the mask is actually helpful. Like, sometimes I have to exercise, like, do work training stuff with masks on, and I'm not going to lie, it feels badass. And it helps get you into that mindset of, all right, let's shoot, let's move, let's go. You are, plus seeing the people around you, you can't see a real difference between you and them. All you know is they're one of you, and anybody who's not wearing a mask, not one of you, treat appropriately.
But what if
One,
the
I
criminals
think
start
that-
using masks? Don't criminals use masks all the time?
I think, frankly, that mentality that you're describing, that badass warrior mentality, is part of the problem.
It's part of the solution. When you're having to work in an environment where you need to go fast and shoot fast and go, then, like, when it's your life or theirs, pick yours.
But what
Always
came
pick yours.
first? But what
Again.
came first?
If
I
you're
think
talking
the
about a
military-
dedicated SWAT team, that's valid. They are being called out for that specific kind of mission in those kinds of rare circumstances. But
Right.
for police in basically every other kind of circumstance, they should not be operating under that mentality. They should be protecting and serving. They should not be thinking of themselves as badass warriors. As for recognizability, I thought that was what the uniform and the badge was for.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised when you're... Basically, most humans focus on the face first for recognizing.
So wear a police hat.
I think the overall militarization effect on the police can be worsened in cases where there is actual heavy racial bias. Like, I'm going to go ahead and link an article from Red State on the DOJ report. It goes over stuff like how many citations African Americans have received in comparison to non-African Americans, and also use of force reports
Mm-hmm.
and excessive force. And this is probably the sort of stuff that groups like Black Lives Matter point to when they say that there is a problem in America between
Yeah.
African American communities and police forces. And it's not like they don't entirely have a point.
They do have a point.
Hmm.
They absolutely have a point. I just think that that problem is mutual and it feeds on itself. You have, on the one hand, the police behaving this way, which makes the black communities resent the police and treat them as a hostile invading force, which makes the police resent the community, and the cycle perpetuates. Who started it? Probably everybody. Who should finish it? Bernie Sanders.
Oh yeah.
Feel the burn.
Feel the
Want
burn.
to hear something kind of funny about this whole dialogue about cops and bullshit? This entire time, like every time I'm looking down, I'm filing down a foregrip for this gun.
Oh, do we have guns on stream now?
Yeah, wait. Hoax is bad! There you go. There's your one.
Indeed.
But no, like, I don't know if it'll show up on camera. Basically, this grip has a little flare right here. And I'm trying to file off this flare so that this light switch on this will basically go onto the right side here where I'm filing off, and I can just glue it on and tape it down, so that way anytime I'm holding the gun, it'll basically, the switch will be right here, and then when I'm holding it, I can just be like, oh, I'm holding the light.
That is a freaking awesome gun. That's a Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, TDI, Chris. It's obviously semi-automatic, and I still have to put it in the paperwork for adding the stock, but
I can't
Yeah.
see your
I love
video
those
for
things.
some reason.
That is a cool gun.
it is cool, yeah. It's not a very good handgun, because,
Well, it's not meant to be. It's meant to be a submachine gun.
I took it out for a range day one time, and my friends described it as a pistol with a bunch of extra metal bits, and I'm like,
It's tactical.
yeah? Yeah. So I'm planning to make that my main bed gun right now. Have I already showed off my bed gun?
Your bed gun?
Yeah, the gun you keep next to your bed. The bed gun.
You keep it.
Yes, of course I keep one. I also keep a computer gun.
Oh god.
Because why not? One sec.
Hey guys, I'm gonna. It's time for me to head to bed because it's getting shitty late here.
Good night, man.
Are you
It
sure
has
we just
been
didn't
fun.
scare you off?
No, not at all. It's I've been keeping it off for a while, but I need to head to bed. It's
All right.
Yeah, it's probably insane late. All right, you have a good night, man. Thanks for
Yeah,
coming.
have a good night further. Yeah.
Thank you for being on.
Take care, guys.
Shaming the Daily Dot for having interviewed Iran.
But anyway, yeah, this is like within grab distance of, oh man, I hear a bump in the night. Okay, well, let's try it. Doop.
Jeez, what the hell is that?
It's a IWI Tavor.
That's pretty sci-fi.
Yeah. No, I really should buy guns because they're practical, but I don't. I just buy them because I find them cool. So, and then I figure out something to do with them after the fact.
Well, that's a little bit more gun-heavy than I would be comfortable with, but
Oh, come on! It's
you have
only
a
like
Second Amendment right.
it's only like the length of my arm. It's not that long. But yeah, that's why I'm trying to replace this with this and have a stock, and then something a little bit smaller. Even though I'm also planning to get a suppressor, so
You should not admit that in public in a format that can be republished on YouTube because those are illegal.
no, suppressors are actually entirely legal within the state I am residing in. Trust me, I did my work. You just
Are
have
we
to be a tax stamp.
We thinking of the same thing. You can have a silencer legally.
Yeah, well, it's not a silencer, it's a suppressor. But yeah, you just have to pay the tax stamp and go through the transferal process. But within the state of Washington, yeah, I can legally have a suppressor.
I thought there were federal rules about that. I
No,
am very
No,
surprised.
the only federal rules are you have to pay a tax stamp on it. That's the only federal rule.
Well,
Yeah.
that's pretty crazy. Okay,
Yeah.
you get your suppressor.
Sorry, I thought. Ignore me.
It's
They're there
hard
many
to
days.
ignore. You've got
They're
a
there-
giant assault rifle.
This is not an assault rifle because I cannot put it on fully automatic fire or any sort of burst
That
fire.
is not the legal definition of an assault weapon.
Okay, you said assault rifle. That is a fundamentally different thing from an assault weapon. An assault weapon is basically a catch-all term for scary-looking gun.
Yes.
So, Oren, are there many days like this where you learn something new about laws in other states?
I know more. Well, I don't know every state law from state to state.
Of course you shouldn't.
And frankly, there is no lawyer who knows every law.
Yeah.
Every esoteric thing. Why do you think you go into a law firm and you see, you know, bookshelves full of law books?
They're not there for decoration.
No, sometimes they are.
Fair enough, but they shouldn't be.
They shouldn't be. But I don't know every possible classification of guns. I know that there was an assault weapons ban until it sunset during the Bush era, and it never got reinstated, which I think is actually a good thing. But I don't know. And some of this stuff, like the difference between an assault rifle and an assault weapon, is more technical stuff than legal classifications. The legal classification pretty much just cares, can this thing be fired full auto or not?
Yeah, that's it. And again, technically, it's not illegal to have a...
You just need a Class 3 license.
No. Or you can get a tax stamp.
But those are never issued.
Yeah, no, they stopped issuing them since 1986. Except for on accident back in 2014, which they then revoked, and now the ATF is dealing with a lawsuit.
Actually, odd thing. Do you know that it is legal to have a minigun?
Yeah.
You can own a minigun because it does not. The law that is banning fully automatic weapons describes very specifically the mechanics by which a weapon is not allowed to work. So the differently working electric Gatling style minigun thing is legal, and they've never bothered to rectify this because it's a $400,000 gun. It's not man-portable, and nobody has ever committed a crime with one.
What I'm curious about is why hasn't some... Okay, like, basically miniguns, this is going to sound ludicrous the way I phrase it, but follow me here. Miniguns work on the same principle as airsoft guns, the electric kinds, where you just have a hammer, thunk, punch it, and then voila, it will either, in the case of airsoft guns, punch a little BB down a tube and out to wherever, whereas a minigun, it hits a primer, then goes through a standard gun process. So what I'm really curious about is if miniguns are legal for that reason, because the gun doesn't inform the action. There's no recoil. There's no collection of gas. It is purely electric. Duke, punch the next one. Why somebody hasn't essentially made a man-portable rifle operating on that same principle using technology you'd normally find in airsoft guns.
Simply put, because the gun companies are aware that if they did that, it would just get banned, and they would probably get sued by a bunch of people.
Well, like, why don't independent, like, just single dudes making their own guns like such?
It wouldn't surprise me entirely if someone has.
Okay.
There's no legal reason why they couldn't. But frankly,
well, I mean, there's probably legal reason, but only at the state level. Federal level, they're just like...
I frankly would be surprised if many states have even thought of that. But I would not surprise me if somebody has. But frankly, the people who are making their own guns are rarely the people who use them for nefarious deeds.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, somebody who... It's not usually hobbyists who go out and commit crimes with these guns.
Yeah, that was actually part of the reason why short-barreled rifles were remade legal in Washington, because they looked at the statistics and they're just like, nobody's actually using SBRs for crime. Why do we have these banned again?
Yeah, a lot of these bans are for reasons of public perceptions, which frankly aren't legally valid.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, a lot of these, it's not the people who want the scary tactical weapon who are going to kill somebody with it.
Generally, actually, no. I mean, you still want a good weapon in case you need it, but the people who are thinking, in case I need it, not I will need it for this specific thing I am planning.
Exactly. Those people, frankly, have very little overlap with the people who are technically competent enough to invent a man-portable minigun.
Essentially, yeah.
And have the resources to actually build the thing.
You know what? You made that sound like a weekend project I want to look into.
If you have the resources to essentially have a gun lab in your house, you probably are doing well enough that you don't need to go commit a bunch of crimes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't be too hard. All you have to do is just get, like, a bog standard AR-15 barrel. You can find 1 million of them. Fuck with the lower receiver a little to have the electrical, the electrics and the motors just go back and forth.
Now, mind you, when I say that there is no law against doing this, that is to my knowledge.
Well, fair enough, yeah.
Do not take this as...
Do not accept legal advice when it is...
Do not take this as official legal advice that, no, you can totally do this, you're fine. Seriously, check with a lawyer in your state.
Yeah. And a specialized lawyer in your state at that. Don't, like, talk with Joe Schmo who happens to do shit in real estate.
No. Hire somebody who is at least willing to do the legal research to give you a definitive answer.
Hey, so, question. Did
Yeah.
either of you mute Dragon Adept from Modmail?
No.
Because
Maybe.
Is he,
Did he?
fucking up in our mod mail? What's he doing?
he PM'd me for an appeal of a post.
No, I did mute somebody from ModMail. No,
I think it might have
it's
been
Commodore
Condor.
Calabasas. I think.
I don't see any mod mail from Dragon Adept recently.
No.
He just PM'd me an appeal.
Well, then he just wants to go outside the mod mail and appeal specifically to an anti-mod.
Which, no, that's not how it goes.
No.
Tell him to fuck off. We have not muted him. I have only muted 2 people so far. So far.
I'm just gonna say, you realize you can drop this in mod mail, right?
Yeah.
But
No.
yeah,
No
this
need
should not be worked out over direct messages.
privately.
And
I
basically,
can't overturn it on my own anyways.
and frankly, if you are muted in mod mail, the penalty is basically not being able to appeal removals for 3 days.
So in other words, don't... Like, the only thing I'm going to mute for is direct insults. And even that, after the first direct insult, basically, I'm going to warn you, and then if you keep going, I'm just going to be like, no, fuck off. I don't care.
Like, there was a bit of trouble we had, like, back when mod mail mutes were a thing that any mod can decide to do on their own with toothics and tax. You remember that, Bitter?
I vaguely do, yeah.
Like, I think there was a time when Tax PM'd me about a rule violation asking me to send the appeal off to Modmail, and probably not the wisest decision I've made. I did put it out there.
Okay.
Like, this was way, way back. Like, when Toothix and Bash Fluff and a whole bunch of other people were on the team.
Oh god, this... No, it couldn't have been before Shonen. Yeah.
No, I don't think it was before Shonen. It was
Shonen was like, for some goddamn reason, the
No, it
first
could have
person
been
I
before
suggested.
Shonen because he was a mod before I was, and I would not have seen that exchange if I was not a mod.
Yeah.
But still, comparatively speaking, a while ago.
Fair enough, yeah. Part of me kind of wants to do mod mail dumps again, but I don't know an efficient way of doing it.
I think there's like maybe two mod mails that might have been requested for publication, but I cannot remember in the slightest which ones they are. I've just sort of let those fall to the wayside a bit.
Yeah, it's...
Like to fill Orin in, we used to dump mod mail exchanges, but redact the usernames of those appealing.
No. I'm just of the opinion that mod mail should remain private.
We publicize them primarily so that they can think, hey, if we fucked up, well, everybody sees our fuck-ups, which actually worked fantastically for our #1 fan. Because, like, once people were seeing, again, the #1 fan, they were just like, no, you're being an asshole. They were within their bounds.
Well, let me put it this way. I think that mod mail should only be publicized upon request of the person involved.
Yeah,
That seems like a good
that's
idea.
our general policy right now. Like, we haven't
If you
used it in
want-
a while, but we generally will publish mod mail upon the request of the user, or
If the
Or
user
you let them
wants
publish it
to put it
themselves.
out there and try to hold the mod team accountable for something they think we've done wrong, so be it.
Yeah.
But I don't think that we should be basically shaming our users.
And well, that was the idea behind like redacting their usernames, but there is a point there. Like if there are any links or specific usernames mentioned, we just sort of put a little redacted link. Like I think I can look up the thread where we dumped mod mails and show you what the process was like.
It was painful. Like, it was outright painful. You had to actually skim all of it to ensure that references to people gets redacted. Which sounds easy, it isn't.
It's easier if you know how to use tools like find and replace in Word and such. It does cut down on that a little bit. And all the little permalink stuff at the bottom of each post, usually know how to remove those as well. Just put that, replace that with pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
A blank field, and it just erases it.
But yeah, it was still somewhat painful. Somewhat.
Yeah. But I don't know. The way I see it, if as long as people can feel like they can speak their minds in mod mail and it's private if they want it to be.
No, I concur. It's just... That's why we haven't done it since. We're just
Not
like...
that I wouldn't occasionally like to change hoax, but gotta resist that urge.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we've got you're on
Zero
thread
viewer.
in the queue.
We are just fucking around at this point. And I have almost filed off the little protrusion.
We've got something from goats. You also go to your local KKK chapter and give them your black friend's address as just a prank. No, that's out. Of course not.
Wow, that is horrible.
Reported as... I removed it as Rule 1, come the fuck on.
What? No, you can't. Rah, 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 rah. Edit that before I catch it. Whatever.
Okay, we've got one from Tom3839. That's something that's already been reported a million times. Reapprove. Or Felicia Day. Oh, that's him replying to me. I can't do anything about that. He's an idiot, but that one I have to leave alone because it's a reply to me.
Yeah, that's... I get why we have that rule, but sometimes it's annoying.
Still, I don't feel comfortable doing it. Even though I'd approve that one, I don't feel comfortable.
Which rule are we talking about right now?
That we're not supposed to moderate comments that are in arguments with us specifically.
Well, it's supposed to avoid accusations of bias and such.
Yeah. But it's just like, when they say to you, you're a fucking asshole, to yourself, and you're just like, well, I can't punch you, but
I can
goddamn.
I mean, sometimes we get the accusations of bias anyway. Hoax has it worked in his mind that Bitter shouldn't moderate him because he's his personal nemesis. I shouldn't moderate him because I'm one of Bitter's buddies. Neither should Spoop, whatever. Shodan shouldn't moderate him because he's in Bitter's pocket. You shouldn't moderate him because you're not anti enough. And Seal shouldn't moderate him because he's a secret pro-GGer. Which excludes everybody.
So...
He just wants special treatment that he is allowed to only be moderated by the mod of his choice. Which nobody gets.
No one gets that. So... like, sometimes I just get the mild impression they just want to be a thorn in our side for as long as they can be. As long as we will permit them. That's kind of my impression.
As far as I can tell, he's just personally obsessed with you. He is convinced that you are his Moby Dick, and he is going to be a dick to Moby Dick.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do not like Hoax. Like, I don't. But if anything, it's not because of their personality. It's because of their personality mixed with their actions.
But as far as I can tell, you would, given your choice, rather just never speak to him again, and he keeps seeking you out. That's what I've seen.
Yeah, no, it's... like, I will not be afraid to moderate on him. Or them. Sorry, that's their pronoun. But yeah, no.
I don't care. I am not going to be that careful with pronouns. If somebody specifically says, you know, I'm a he or I'm a she, fine. I will respect that. But I'm not going to do this, well, I shouldn't assume.
No, they've actually explicitly said they prefer being addressed as they.
That's
Yeah, that was
No.
a subject of
Extreme.
much debate.
no. I am sorry. You get he or she. You get to pick one, but you get he or she.
OMG, Toothaxe 2.0!
You know, I am not going to call somebody Zer. I am not going to call them Bunself. I am not going to make a fool of myself with nonsense.
Well, okay, that is fair. I would agree for people actually going Zer and Bunt Self and whatever, but they does have precedence in.
If you
Definitely just gender
insist,
fluidity.
if you
Yes.
insist on being addressed as they, you are saying I am a special snowflake. I am
Yeah.
other. And that,
No, they want to be the other, but I can't think. Like, it doesn't degrade my own specific personal dignity to recognize them as an other. Now, to recognize them as an other with words that I do not recognize within my own language, that is an infringement upon my own dignity, and I will not stand for that.
Yeah,
but for they,
just like
yeah.
if in the course of casual speech I refer to an anonymous username on the internet as he, and they want they, I'm not going to apologize for that.
I don't think it's a question of apologizing because you're not sorry. You're clearly not sorry, and you shouldn't be really sorry.
You know, that's
What you've done wrong is at worst a social faux pas. But
it's like it's requiring a level of constant mental attention to
someone who
not stepping on this person's toes that I am not willing to put in, especially not for someone I really don't like.
no, and when they're smashing your toes, and you're like, it's very difficult to think, wow, I am affording them this aberration, even though they are affording me
Exactly.
what?
If you
Exactly. But
if you cannot even control yourself enough not to call me a terrorist, I am not going to watch myself to avoid offending you.
yeah, I only do it because I recognize that gender as a basic dignity that I don't want to infringe upon. That doesn't infringe upon me. So if you don't want to observe it,
I know
it's tacky to me, but
it's
whatever.
like I actually in text or when I'm talking to him, I do try to use they. But if I slip in casual speech, I'm not going to apologize for it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, like I think as long as you're not malicious about
I'm not going
then-
to maliciously misgender somebody because I don't like them. I think it's frankly horrible when some people do that to Brianna Wu. It's like that is a low blow.
Well,
yeah,
That
like
is-
and
I
I
more
think
think of Sarah Nyberg for
this
that.
was
There
part of debate a while ago, and we settled on misgendering, at least maliciously, being kind of inherently uncivil and
Yeah.
acting as a personal attack because you are because by maliciously misgendering someone, you are attacking their identity. I don't think there's anything that could be a closer match to a personal insult or attack in that regard.
No, I agree with you. I don't do it myself, but the only person in this whole thing where I understand deliberate misgendering as a sign of disrespect is Sarah Nyberg, because, I mean, we've got a freaking pedophile here. You know,
Alleged pedophile. Alleged!
confessed to actually having done the thing accused of, came up with bullshit. No, I was only pretending to be retarded.
Yeah, no, but if she says she was lying about the confession, then
Are you lying then, or were you lying now?
yeah, and it's just like, fine, we'll take you at your word now and call it alleged, because she's not been brought up on charges.
No,
She
but
probably won't be.
the way I see it, no, it's past statute of limitations at this point.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is somebody who said all of these things, denied that the email logs were real, denied the chat logs, pretended like it was all some conspiracy by Gamergate to frame them for as long as they possibly could.
No, yeah, that was really annoying seeing fucking Izzy Galvez trying to go through every smoke screen available as to how it could have been faked, only for Sarah Nyberg to come out and say, yeah,
And then when the evidence became so absolutely overwhelming that there was no way she could continue to insist it was fake, she comes up with, yeah, I did all this, but I was just pretending. That's not believable. That is so convenient that I am not going to give her the benefit of the doubt.
I will, just because I am big on due process and all that, so I'm just going to be like, fuck it, allegedly.
Sure.
And, like, people are fucking going crazy fighting about that. Fucking Concord pitch a fit about this. I'm just like, dude, just add one word or don't. I don't care.
It's sure, due process. But due process is for courts that have the power to send a person to prison and destroy their life forever. It is not and was never meant to be for the court of public opinion. It's like, I believe in the presumption of innocence, even in the court of public opinion, but the evidentiary standard cannot be beyond all reasonable doubt. You know, I will accept requiring a preponderance of the evidence to convict in the court of opinion. I will accept a demand for clear and convincing evidence. But guilt beyond all reasonable doubt is not achievable without the resources of a court and sworn testimony.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like that, I can understand that. It's kind of matches my opinion on stuff like the accusations against Bill Cosby, mostly because the court of public opinion is really all there is there.
Exactly. Well, no, he's been indicted now.
What?
He's been indicted now.
Oh, he has?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then they're running into issues with the fact that this actually came up back in, like, what, 2004, 2005? And they came to a no prosecution deal.
But...
Oh.
You know, it's funny. When he isn't being indicted, they're screaming, why isn't he being indicted? This is so sexist. When he then is indicted, they scream, why has he been indicted? This is so racist.
Well, okay, the thing is it's different day. Like, yes, I get it. They, our opposition, all starts to look kind of the fucking same.
It's not even that. It's not even that. It's... You never see one of them call bullshit on the other. It may be a different they, but it's like, when you see different factions of Gamergate disagree on something, we fight. You know, we have, you know, mudslinging shit fits on KIA. We have different boards on a Chan going to war with each other. We have Ralph shitting all over Vivian.
That was annoying.
We have all sorts of internal visible conflict. When SJWs have these kinds of contradictions, yes, it might be different people, but you never hear something like, you know, Anita Sarkeesian tweet, what the fucking hell are you doing? Of course he should be tried for rape.
Yeah.
You never see that kind of. They are never willing to hold their own to account. The only thing that gets you called out in Sakjas is not being extreme enough, never being too extreme.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's why I consider it such a toxic community, and why I consider it fair to say that there is a them. Fine. I don't believe in collective blame either. If you don't want to be counted among the them, all you have to do is come forward and say, "No, I totally denounce this. I'll take your word for it."
Yeah.
But if you're not willing to say,
You make the token motion of saying,
if you're not
"Yeah,
even
that's cool."
if you're not even willing to make the token motion of saying this doesn't speak for me, then you are complicit.
How many
You know,
people are actually saying that indicting Bill Cosby as racist? Like, I think it wouldn't be that many given how long this has been going on. Like, how long all the accusations against him have just been piling up and up and up.
Yeah, but I am looking for it. I can't find it right at this moment, but I know there was a Ghazi thread on the front page that was calling them racist for indicting Bill Cosby.
What were the comments like in there? Like, were there
Let me
a
find
general
if I
agreement?
can. Bill.
Oh, Dragon the Depth replied to me in PM. Let's see what he has now.
Here's something about Kanye West declaring him innocent. Regarding David Bowie abuse by the powerful and the glorification thereof. I think this was it.
Oh, he just didn't know how to use mod mail. He
No,
thought
that's
that
not
clicking on one of our names would take him to mod mail. I'll just go ahead and tell him how.
No, actually, the comments are calling Kanye an idiot. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, Kanye was the one who said that? Yeah, Kanye has been kind of blowing the fuck up. Like,
In
a
other words,
lot on
Kanye.
social media. Like, holy
Kanye has
shit.
been Kanye. But I mean, I know I've seen some articles about this. I can't provide proof at this moment, but I know I've seen it.
Like, were they from relatively mainstream places?
Mainstream within Sockjus.
Hmm.
You know, BuzzFeed type stuff. Or Verge or somebody like that, or some Gawker thing. One of those clickbaity bullshit blogs. And, I mean, I've seen even on Ghazi, when someplace like BuzzFeed gets linked, there are groans, and there's a, yes, I know this is BuzzFeed, but bear with me, type thing. So, even they are getting some clickbait.
So, what's the link to this thread if I can look at it myself?
The Kanye thing?
Yeah.
Let me get this for you.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah, here's the one with Kanye. Linked in the chat. In fairness to Ghazi, the comments do call it out as bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them are just sort of Yeah, they're not kind to him.
So I'll give the Gazelles some credit there. They,
Oh my lord.
which the no one man should have all that power bit?
No.
Which
Check the chat.
yeah, well, that's at least just according to Amber Rose, and she might just be butthurt. To be fair, he is currently with a woman who is happy to shave her eyebrows, get oiled up, and get her tits out on the internet. I think Kim Kardashian is a bit of a freak, so I wouldn't be surprised if she is perfectly willing to do that too.
Yeah, it's just basically a gauzy thread about Kanye West's general breakdown on Twitter. Like an extension of it.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. That is fair.
Also, the fact that he's recently promoting an album, so
When isn't he?
fair.
Kanye West only isn't promoting an album when he's promoting a tour or promoting how badass he is that he landed Kim Kardashian. Ah, God, this... The people who made Hatred, have you seen this new game of theirs? The ISIS one?
Yes, ISIS Defense. That's...
Ugh.
They
It's a giant turret section. It is nothing but a turret section. Can't they actually just make a good game so I can feel decent about defending it?
No.
I don't care how fucking controversial it is. At least make it fun. Hatred was a terrible game.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it existed because it made a lot of people I don't like angry. But that's the only reason why I really care about it.
Yeah, like anyone, like word of advice, if someone's selling their game just based on how controversial it is, and nothing else about the game, that should probably be when you look twice.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm having to deal with Dragon Adept in mod mail.
Let me see. Let me jump in too. What's he up to? Lost the plot and is censoring posts for...
OMG, mod mail leak, shut up!
Yeah, he PM'd me because he thought that was how to get into mod mail. He just clicked on my name and just messaged me. Seems like pretty much just simple sort of mistake. Might have missed the message the moderators button. It is a little small in font.
You know what? I will give them the benefit of the doubt as well.
Technically, why did you remove this?
Because it's wrong. Like, they meet the definition of it. That's an outright lie.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got this thread for basically discussing our announcement.
No, this is a different thread.
This is a different thread. This is... But this is on topic. I mean, the topic of this thread is, you know, whether Gamergate or other groups that have also used similar methods to Gamergate qualify as terrorists. We allowed this topic I think you have to allow the argument in favor of saying that they qualify as terrorists, or what's to discuss.
Override me.
No,
Basically, it's close enough for essentially dickery.
I mean, I've seen the definition he uses. Let me find the definition he used from one of our arguments that he said was the Department of Defense definition. Now,
I think he said it was a portion of it in the argument.
The unlawful use of violence or threat of violence, often motivated by religious, political, or other ideological belief, to instill fear and coerce governments or societies in pursuit of goals that are usually political.
That's the part. I was hammering him about the governments or societies. He seems to believe that basically he wants to include any definition of the word society in that, including, I guess, the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and the Humane Society. He doesn't recognize that what the Department of Defense clearly meant there is civil society, the population in general. He thinks it's anything that can be called a society.
Yeah, basically that comment basically seems like the thing that shouldn't be removed, but instead just sort of refuted.
Yeah, he is absolutely insistent that the definition of society used in that DoD quote can be applied to anything involving more than one person, basically. And I'm pretty convinced he really believes it, and we also don't have a bad faith rule anymore. So I think these comments are frankly fine.
All right. Then that's one to overrule.
Alright, what does Spook Dog think and Seal?
Why the fuck are Seal and Spook Dog not in here? Get in here.
What do you think, Cass? What do you think, Cesar? Are you in favor of reinstatement?
Yeah, I'd say it is, because it seems like if it's a comment that's wrong, then it's a comment that should, at the very least, just be refuted by replies and such instead of removed.
All
because
right.
it is on topic and such.
Yeah, that's 2-1 with all available mods weighing in. So do you mind if I just reapprove these?
Go ahead.
Matter if I did mind. You should reapprove them.
All right. Approve.
Do make a note that I was overruled via informal mod chat.
Should I make it in the thread or make it in mod mail?
Well, just make it in each. Well, yeah, make it in the thread, and then let them know in mod mail. Yeah.
Right.
Wow, we have 4 viewers going now.
It was just those 3 comments, right?
Yeah.
I think we run into problems if we start moderating based on this is too wrong to stand.
Well, it's like, here, let me pull
I agree with you. I agree with you. His argument is wrong to the point of absurdity, but we don't have a bad faith rule because we're not mind readers.
Yeah. Also kind of strikes me as baiting. Little bit of trolling.
But we can't prove that.
Yeah, we can't prove it.
We can't prove that he doesn't really believe this lunatic opinion.
Yeah. Alright. Hence why I'm getting overridden. Boo.
Right.
Okay.
I will reply to the mod mail that this has been overridden.
And he's probably going to try to push for further action against Bitter because he mentions it seems like a clear violation of the codes of conduct and blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
So be ready for that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm censoring people because I don't. I'm
All
trying
right,
to control the
I will
narrative,
preempt that.
and yeah, not that I just think it was a violation.
All right.
Like, why are people so big on assuming malice before stupidity?
Exactly.
I
Well,
didn't just think stupid.
they think it's a conspiracy.
God damn, people keep going
All right.
on about how I'm a bad mod. Like,
I
hey,
responded.
occasionally, maybe I'm just gonna do stuff that a bad mod does.
I responded, the mods have voted and decided to reapprove the comments in question. It's those three in that chain you're asking about, right? So that was my response to him. Okay. I mean, I understand your logic. I just think you jumped the gun a bit in this case.
Okay.
Did you add that we discussed it live?
No, I did not. The
Yeah.
last thing I want, the last thing I want is Dragon showing up in the call.
No. Ask them if they want an invitation on.
Oh God, I'm going to bed in 5 minutes anyway. No, I do not. I do not have time enough or hair enough for this.
But then you're just gonna leave Cesspool alone with me, and then we're gonna play fucking Mabeebly's Adventure?
Oh. I already need Rogaine at the age of 29. I am not going on a call with Dragon.
Dude, you're fucking telling me. Like, a hairline should not be this receded in your mid-20s.
There could be such a glorious fire.
I mean, I am still 100% fine with having fucking Dragon on right now. Even if Dragon, or even if Oron doesn't want to have him on, then I can have him on, and we can just chit-chat.
Yeah, you have fun. I am just sick of arguing this point with this asshole.
Rude!
He cannot understand, no matter, I mean, I've dumped like 4 different legal definitions of terrorism on him that all say that terrorist threats must be broad and credible.
Oh yeah, that credible part is also...
And he keeps insisting on this DOD one, saying that it doesn't say broad or credible, and I'm like, it says it has to fucking threaten society! And he is incapable of seeing it.
Yeah. So, one last thing before you head off for the night. Do you want to see something kind of cool?
Sure.
Alright, so remember how I was saying I have this gun, right?
Yeah.
And this is the magazines it takes.
Yeah.
And it's kind of long, but something stupid I can do, if I'm feeling extra stupid, is, with my computer gun,
Well, that's something.
and it uses the exact same kind of rounds, so...
You have a lot of guns.
Oh, I have 3. That's basically the average for most gun-owning households.
That's... Okay, technically I have more guns than you, but they are less crazy.
What? What do you mean less crazy? These are perfectly normal gun. It's just a pistol caliber carbine, a bog standard 5.56 gun, and a
Yeah, but they're all tactilol.
They're all what?
Tactilol.
The term is tactical.
I have also heard tactilol.
Yes.
I've got a lever-action hunting rifle, a bolt-action hunting rifle, a pump shotgun, a couple of double-barrel shotguns,
and a revolver.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if the gun wasn't developed after 1990, I'm not super interested in
Yeah,
it.
these have been there since my grandfather, who was super, super into hunting.
Yeah. Oddly enough, I'm not into hunting.
I have never actually hunted a living thing. I dust them off for target practice every once in a while, just to make sure I can still fucking aim. But for target shooting, I prefer a bow over a gun.
Fair enough. But yeah, I don't. I want guns that I find that I like, that I enjoy looking at and having.
I can't kill cute things. So, I can eat them, but I can't kill them.
To put it in a kind of insane-sounding way, I find guns to be works of art, things to be appreciated for the way that they function.
That's not insane. They are pretty incredible feats of engineering, some of them.
Yeah. So, I want things that I like the way they look and feel and operate.
You also like to feel like a badass.
Oh, I mean, I already feel like a badass at work. No. Anyhow, and plus, I prefer going a little bit outside the conventional norm, just because I already have AR-15 derivative guns at work. I'm good. I already have that. Let me do something a little different in my own private time. Speaking of which, before you go, last thing, did I already show you the next gun I'm planning to get?
No, you did not.
And you're probably going to be like, that looks exactly like a DeVore. And I'm going to be like, shut up. No, it's not. Yeah. Actually, we have screen share features. I'm going to use that. 1 second. Cameraman, screen share. Share. Alright, yeah. The Desert Tech NDR.
Oh, that's another bullpup.
Yeah, another bullpup, but it's in 7.62. And
I have never been that keen on bullpup. I do like the Stare AUG, though. That's a cool looking gun.
Yeah, no, the Steyr AUG is pretty. It looks nice, but it's like I prefer my guns to have Picatinny railing, and Steyr AUGs don't actually use a conventional magazine. So, they have to use their own bullshit proprietary mag, and I want nothing to do with that.
If I were gonna get some crazy military super gun, you know what I would get? An AA-12.
A what?
An AA-12.
Oh yeah, that crazy ass fucking shotgun, right?
Yeah.
1 second.
That's an fully automatic shotgun. Or, that being illegal, I'd settle for a Saiga 12.
Yeah, Saiga 12s are good rifles from what I hear.
No, they're shotguns. They're tactical shotguns.
Or shotguns. What the fuck did I say? Yeah. But anyway, the reason why I want the Desert Tech in 7.62/308 is just because I've been wanting a... Oh, wow. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. I've been wanting a gun that can reach out about 1,000 yards and still be something I want. So,
Speaking of guns that there is no law against, by the way, that this might actually start to come up in the next 10 or 20 years, now that the Navy has them, there is no actual legal framework regulating the sale or ownership of railguns.
yeah, no, magnetic weapons are going to get interesting in the near future because, okay, 3D printing, 3D printed guns can't really handle the stresses, but if you can figure out a way to make a coil gun, which isn't quite a railgun, but similar
Same principle. Same Gauss principle, smaller scale.
It's not really scale so much as how the force is imparted. But anyway, like, if we can get away with finding out how to send the round down the barrel without actually touching anything, then, yeah, no, 3D printing rifles, it's going to get interesting in the near future, especially with battery leaps and
Yeah.
all sorts
But
of...
we can barely make a functioning railgun that doesn't destroy its rails in a couple shots now.
Yeah.
That's with the reactor on a naval ship.
Yeah, no, we're a ways out from the technology.
We're a ways out from the technology to have a man-portable railgun.
Yeah.
But when we do, there is no legal framework regulating these things.
And, like, all you would have to do to make it fully auto is literally just fuck with the circuit a little and voila.
Exactly.
It'll just...
And it's not even fully auto that's the issue with railguns. It's the potential to, you know, destroy a tank with a pistol. Because...
Not quite, because then the energy requirements would be ludicrous.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But once we start being able to charge up fusion power cells, and we are getting closer and closer to a viable fusion reactor. Angela Merkel just turned a fusion reactor on in Germany a few weeks ago. It's not energy efficient yet.
Yeah.
But we are getting closer every year.
Yeah.
And once we are able to have, like, deuterium power cells, we're going to have a leap in battery technology that is similar to what they showed on Arrow recently.
I don't watch that show at all.
Good. You should. But
Oh.
you know, we are probably soon going to have viable way to make deuterium-based batteries. And once we have those kinds of energy cells, we will be able to create, with only minor advances in materials science, man-portable magnetic weapons, which would be capable of putting incredible power behind each shot.
Yeah, no, it's going to get interesting in the upcoming years.
But when the law is going to have to catch up with that technology, or we are going to see really scary stuff going on.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know, as I've said to you many times before, I'm all for the right to keep and bear arms. But people should not be walking around with guns that can destroy a bank vault.
Why not? Fuck you! That bank vault just needs to get better.
For one thing, I am very concerned when we start creating the battery technology for that. What if one of those batteries blows up?
Then fuck that person in particular holding it, as well as anybody else within 250 yards of them. Yeah.
We're going to be in some trouble with that, but yeah, hopefully we have. I mean, deuterium-based batteries should theoretically be too stable for that, but
well, wait, no, it wouldn't even constitute as a battery anymore.
It would be a cell.
Yeah. So, I mean, it will function effectively the same purpose, some sort of.
But at that point, we're talking about sci-fi power cells.
Yeah. So badass. We're living in the year 2016. Everybody has portable
Hashtag current year.
Oh my,
Current year, damn it!
oh my God, we have portable computers. We have people interacting over the net, but all the politicians suck, and everything's kind of the same and not much better, except for gadgets. We're essentially living in a cyberpunk novel.
We're getting there. We are starting to get there.
Fuck that, we're already there. We are already in a cyberpunk novel.
Nah, we're in a cyberpunk novel when we have a bit more in the way of augmentations than Zoe shooting a microchip into her hand. Yes, she did that.
Let's hope we don't
I
end up
totally
in
know she did that, but it's just like, we do have people with viable prosthetics.
With a copy of Deus Ex on it, which I will give her credit for. That is a badass thing to do.
Yeah, no, Zoe Quinn, other than... The only things I can get mad at Zoe Quinn about are fucking muzzling fucking Aaron Gioni and the DMCA on Monday Night.
Her reaction to this whole thing has been self-serving and dishonest in the extreme. But putting Deus Ex in an augmentation you've put in your body is a respectable sense of irony.
Yeah, no, I could probably get along okay with Zoe Quinn.
But
Jonathan McIntosh, I would beat immediately. Almost.
Jonathan McIntosh is a lunatic.
Yeah,
And
no.
I have noticed a remarkable increase in Anita Sarkeesian's sanity since he seems to have stepped back a bit in recent months. He is a bad influence on her and the whole company.
Yeah, no, he is a master propagandist, and that should terrify you.
He is the devil on Anita Sarkeesian's shoulder.
Yeah.
Without him, she's not actually that bad.
No, I don't see the problem with feminist frequency. Like, there's a lot of people with
Who are
stupid
worse.
opinions.
She says a lot of things that are very poorly researched or cherry-picked.
Yeah, no, lots of people do that on the internet. She's not special. She truly isn't.
But it's not her that's the problem. It is the platform and the undue credibility that she is given.
Yeah.
But the actual things she says are mostly not that terrible. It's like she's just a sort of hand-wringing schoolmarm. You know, but if you actually see her on a stream where she is talking off the cuff and not one of McIntosh's scripts, she's a pretty cool chick.
I haven't seen that, but
She actually did an open stream of Assassin's Creed once and took chat questions. She actually answered a couple of questions from me. She kind of softballed, but she made the effort.
good on her. I've heard a lot of rhetoric that she doesn't engage any.
That is the only time I have ever seen her do it. But it was just like, if I wasn't hearing her voice at the time and I knew it was her voice, I would not have believed it was the same person.
Okay.
You know, but I know her voice. That was her. And, you know, there she was playing Assassin's Creed and doing pretty decently at it.
Okay.
You know? I don't think the she's never touched a video game in her life argument is at all grounded in reality.
Okay.
I don't think that she is a hardcore gamer of core action games. I don't think that's quite her thing, but
she has a clue what to do with the controller in her hand.
exactly. She knows what to do.
Okay.
She knows how to turn one on. And the people who are saying that technically a controller wasn't on in a photo shoot means she's not a gamer, they're just looking for things.
Yeah, no,
It
like,
was a photo shoot. You really think that was an impromptu picture of her gaming on her couch? No, it was her posing.
yeah.
Yeah, like, one of the criticisms that's kind of half and half with me is her use of, say, Let's Play or long play footage to back some of her videos. And, like, I do think she should put credits
Yeah.
for the video
fair
uses,
use.
but on the other hand, it's fair use, and there's also the factor that playing through the games herself just to get footage from specific areas would take a long-ass time.
Exactly.
And
no,
it is much more time efficient to just pull the video from other sources.
Yeah, it's totally fair that she doesn't. But, I mean, after all, we are talking about derivative content in the first place with Let's Plays. Let's Plays would not exist without fair use.
Yeah, no.
So it is absolutely fair game for her to use Let's Play footage in her videos. But giving proper credit citations would be the decent thing to do.
Yeah.
You know, if you are using their footage, at least try to drive a few hits to their channel.
Yeah, I'd say using them on the clips uncredited is
But on
probably
the other
crass
hand,
and
on the other
a bit
hand,
underhanded, but that's really the harshest thing I could say about it.
on the other hand, given how controversial a figure she is, she may well quite legitimately believe that it would not be a fair thing to drag the people whose footage she's using into the controversy about her.
That is also actually kind of a good point.
Like, she should make it a. She should try to communicate with them
Yeah,
and
she
give
should
them
give
the
them credit
option.
if they want it.
Yeah.
But the fact that she uses it shouldn't be held against her.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, on her own, she's not that terrible. I just the only thing where I am sort of mind-boggled by her logic is when she talks like about the strategic butt coverings, and she's like, the solution to this is not equal opportunity objectification for men too. And I'm like, why not? That actually sounds like a perfectly viable solution.
What? From what I hear, she was kind of this close from cracking up on it the entire time.
Well, yeah, she's
Well,
talking about butt.
She's talking about butts in video games. Who could take that entirely seriously? I don't think I could do that video with a straight face if I were her.
I could, but, you know.
You'd have to be very drunk.
You mean be what I always am.
Now I'm more worried about all those guns.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't actually operated the firearms.
But no, I mean, I do not blame her for cracking up when talking about butts so seriously. I just wish that she would acknowledge that this is a little bit silly. Have a bit of a sense of humor, lady. People will like you more.
Well, think about who she is making it for. She's making it for the people who backed her Kickstarter.
Who have no sense of humor.
Like, she has to make the product that she thinks her patrons want.
Sure, but at least she can acknowledge, okay, this is a little silly, even if not in the actual video itself.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, aren't you going to bed soon?
Yes, I should be. Anyway, good night, guys.
Good night, Lauren! So, Cesspool, just you and me again.
Yep. That's been how these have been ending lately.
Yep. Want to get on camera and start masturbating furiously?
I don't have a webcam, so no thank you.
Darn it. Oh, did you hear Tesla is accepting pre-orders March 31st?
Tesla for...
Oh, the Model 3.
Oh, the electric car?
Yeah. Are you big into Teslas at all, or?
Well, I don't really have a driver's license, to be honest with you. So
Fair enough.
Don't really car that much and such.
Yeah. Considering your life situation,
Yeah.
you don't.
Like, I can pretty much just walk everywhere or take campus bus places or use Uber. So
Yeah.
there's pretty much not much reason for me to own a car at this point in my life.
You are peak millennial, yes.
Yep.
All right. Well, yeah, no, I'm kind of looking forward to. I'm probably going to take a day off of work on the 31st because my nearest Tesla store is like up in fucking Seattle, so I have to drive all the way up there.
I don't even know if they have Tesla stores where I am or near where I am.
How come? They probably have one in Atlanta.
Yeah, they probably do.
I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like they have two in
in
Georgia.
relation to Atlanta, but yeah, like the only two towns I know in Georgia are Augusta and Atlanta, and the only reason I know Augusta is because I had to be in that area for a few months.
Yeah, it looks like they have a store and gallery in Marietta.
Okay. Like, I know that there are Teslas in Georgia, but couldn't tell you much beyond that.
Yeah, it seems like the superchargers and such are closer to Macon and Atlanta.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm really like, part of me is like kind of cautious because I have gotten burnt on pre-orders many times.
Of
Like,
course, we play video games. That
Yeah,
isn't a new thing.
Like, so I'm kind of cautious about pre-ordering a car, but at the same time, it's just like, Tesla hasn't completely fucked the pooch yet. They have somewhat of a track record.
They're in space.
No, that's just Elon Musk and SpaceX.
Oh, wait, SpaceX, yeah. Whoops.
It's close, but it's not the same. But overall, Tesla does pretty okay. So I'm just going to be like, fuck it, I'll just put in $1,000. And then I probably won't be part of the first wave of people to get the Model 3s just because I won't be. And then what'll happen is, you know, if I start hearing shit's going to shit, I can cancel my order. That's that. Yep. So, been playing any cool video games lately?
Mostly just been grinding up my Shovel Knight amiibo.
On Smash Brothers? Or
Shovel Knight's not in Smash Bros. Remember? That dream died with Bayonetta.
right. Well, wait, how do you grind your...
In Shovel Knight for Wii U.
Okay. Wait, what benefit is there to doing that?
Like, there's this thing called Custom Nights. Like, let me try to find the page real quick. All right. And linking it in chat.
Okay. Actually, I should probably pick up a Shovel Knight amiibo.
Yeah, like some of the new relics they have with it are actually really fun.
Okay. That's cool.
Like, there's a page detailing pretty much all of them.
Okay. Yeah, no, I see their stuff, and that's cool. I mean, I only played Shovel Knight on the PC, and I stopped at the first boss level because I think by the time I was playing that, I just got what the fuck was my excuse? Some damn game came out around that same time, and I just kind of, you ever get really far in a game, but then switch to another game, and then just never come back to that other game?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically that happened. I should continue Shovel Knight. Yeah.
Like, the Wii U version is pretty good, mostly because of the second screen with the gamepad. Like, you can pretty much tap on a relic and switch to it.
Oh, that's smart. You can do like some fancy, probably speedrunning tricks with that if you can time it right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't been playing too much besides Downwell came out on mobile, and I started Daredevil the other day. The series.
Daredevil on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually pretty good. Like, the ending of episode 2 was actually legit awesome.
Yeah, no.
Like that hallway fight?
Yeah, no, that was very impressive. Everything. Just everything.
Like, how far are you in it right now?
I just finished off season 2, or not season, episode 2. So, and then
that means you're coming up on episode 3 and 4. That's gonna be lovely.
Yeah, no. Watching the first 2 episodes of Daredevil, I'm kind of angry I saw Jessica Jones in full. Because I wouldn't say I didn't like Jessica Jones, but I didn't like Jessica Jones. Like, I didn't like Jessica Jones, but it just, like, I did not like Jessica Jones, the character. She's just awful. She's really awful.
I guess you can make an argument that she's become incredibly cynical after,
Kilgrave.
certain experiences with Kilgrave.
But, okay, even if she is cynical, she does a lot of the shit that's awful about Kilgrave. Like, manipulating people into doing things. Or just outright not telling people things they should know. Like, fuck it, nobody watches. Like, not telling Luke Cage she killed his wife. Like, that was fucking... What the fuck? It was awful.
But I think part of that may have been on purpose to sort of mirror her in Kilgrave, because the ending of the whole series is kind of like her just in this sort of dead trance, just deleting calls and monologuing to herself how she's not going to be a hero. I think that sort of shows that she realizes she is kind of an awful person, and that killing Kilgrave did not change that in the slightest. So, with that in mind, at least, it does sort of redeem her character a bit.
I don't think that redeems her. Acknowledgement
Or gives her character a lot of purpose.
Yeah, I don't... Maybe she's going to have an arc in The Defenders or season 2 of Jessica Jones, whichever happens first. But I'm just like... Oh, God, I do not like her as a character. And maybe I'm not supposed to like her as a character. But, like, everybody else that she's around... Hell, even Kilgrave is more likable than her.
Well, Kilgrave has the added sympathy benefit of basically being kind of molded into what he is through childhood experiments and basically not being given the opportunity to develop a proper moral compass. Like, I've watched a few episodes, interviews with David Tennant, and he pretty much lays out that exact same reasoning. Like, how can you be expected to have a proper moral compass with abilities like those?
Yeah, no, like, he couldn't have grown as a normal individual. Because, like, be honest, if you could just tell people to do what you want and they'll do it, why would you care?
And that's really one of the best things about Jessica Jones. And David Tennant just sells it so well.
Yeah, no, he did exquisitely well. I was pissed when they fucking killed him.
Yeah, he was a great villain, but at the same time, they kind of went to a point with his character where it maybe wouldn't have made sense to keep him alive. Like, there were a few points where it kind of stretched believability that he should have escaped, like when the support group broke in.
Yeah.
It seemed like they were just sort of extending his lifespan past the point of believability to all the way to the end of the season.
But, like, how often does Marvel have a really good, memorable villain? You got Loki. He's pretty memorable. And then Kilgrave, obviously. And I hear good things about fucking Kingpin. Like, I hear really good things, but I also hear, yeah, he's still alive at the end of Daredevil. So I know that so far. But, like, other than that, Marvel does a really bad job with keeping good antagonists around. So
there's this thing I kind of want to tell you about the good Marvel villains you've listed, but I think I'll wait until you get to, I think, episode 8 of Daredevil before I spill it. Because it's kind of a spoiler for Kingpin.
Okay. Yeah, I know he's played by Vincent D'Onofrio, and I know he's apparently had a fucked up childhood, from what people tell me, and I know, what else? Yeah, that's all I know about Kingpin so far.
All right.
And I also saw one scene where he was, like, visibly shaken and just, like, upset when speaking with the Japanese guy, Nabu, I think his name is. And then I'm just like, this is weird-ass acting. And then my roommate kind of explained that Kingpin was apparently beaten a bunch as a kid. And she was like, oh, this is actually really good acting. Okay.
And, like, the way Kingpin is played in the series, it's like there's just this sort of broken but perpetually furious man who has to keep restraining himself at almost every point.
Okay.
And that makes him kind of terrifying.
Yeah, no, like, and he's just a normal. Other than being really strong, as I understand it, he's not special at all. From what I understand, does he have something attached to him that makes him special?
No superpowers, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Well, not even superpowers, like Hawkeye and Black Widow. They don't have superpowers either, but they are damn sure special.
Well, pretty much the thing that makes him special is his power and influence over the city.
Okay.
and also what resources he can get with that power and influence.
So in other words, he's just a badass normal.
Yeah, like a mob boss.
Okay. Like, obviously, yeah, no, I hope this shirt indicates my thoughts on the Avengers and all of the Captain America or Marvel stuff, but... Oh, speaking of which, are you looking forward to Captain America?
Civil War?
Yeah, Civil War.
Yes. I've seen all 3 Captain America movies so far. Like, the first
Okay, if you're
directed by
counting
Joe
the Avengers,
Johnston was actually pretty good at selling the character of Captain America
Mhm.
as a serious concept
right?
of like this guy who, if I remember the quote correctly, I don't want to kill anybody. I just don't like bullies. Doesn't matter where they're from.
Right?
It just sells the character completely.
Mhm.
And then Winter Soldier was just
No, Winter
A
Soldier is
step
my...
up.
Yeah, no, it was my favorite... Okay, it was my favorite Marvel film. Now it's, like, tied with Ant-Man. They're just like... I can't pick. But,
Ant-Man,
luckily, Ant-Man is on Captain America's side. So,
yes.
oh,
Like
yeah.
Ant-Man, I'd seen Ant-Man recently, and one of the things that struck me about the movie was that there was this father-stepfather conflict,
Mhm.
and they actually took care to not make the stepfather seem like a complete asshole.
I mean, he was a kind of a dick, but he wasn't an asshole. If that
Yeah,
makes
but like
sense.
it could have been extremely easy to fall into the narrative trap of making him a completely unlikable prick just to make Scott Lang more likable to the audience.
Right.
But no, he actually seems concerned for his stepdaughter. Like
Yeah.
he goes up to try to save her and such. And he
He's a
is
cop.
incredibly concerned about Scott Lang continuing to just disappoint all those times.
And they weren't just like, oh, Scott got back together with the wife. No, he's still, no, it's not going to happen. But that's not a big deal because he can hook up with, what was her name? Something Pym. Was it Victoria Pym? God, I forgot her name, but
Let me
basically-
look up real quick.
yeah. Hank
I
Pym.
think Hope Pym?
I'm sorry?
I think her name is Hope. Hope Van Dyne. Just
Maybe.
looking at the wiki page right now.
Okay. But yeah, no, it was... Ant-Man was just funny, like, really funny. And happened to be in the Marvel Universe and actually take advantage of the setting but not be super obnoxious about it.
Yeah, like, a lot of it seemed like some of it might have been due to Edgar Wright's influence. I'm
Right.
wondering how the sequel would do without his sort of personal touch.
I'm curious how Civil War is going to work without, like, okay, Captain America plays it 100%, okay, 99% deadpan straight. Like, it's real. Or not real, but it's taken seriously. It's legit. The stuff they do is big and a big deal, and it basically plays like a spy thriller, whereas Ant-Man was effectively a comedy. So,
Heist film.
yeah, a comedy heist film, and it's just like, so how are we going to have Ant-Man's character interact in Captain America? Like Ant-Man, a funny character, interact in a really serious situation where, you know, we're literally having heroes fight against each other. So I'm curious how they're going to play that out. But yeah,
Well, I have confidence in the Russo brothers to pull it off. Like, they did a bang-up job with Winter Soldier.
Yeah, Winter Soldier was, fantastic. But one thing I'm really worried about with Civil War, okay, so Avengers 2 was kind of a clusterfuck in so many regards.
I've heard as such. I haven't seen it yet for myself. But
Okay.
I have heard that there are just all these plot threads that don't really mesh together all that well.
Like, okay, part of the big issue with Avengers 2 was that they introduced 4 separate characters. 4 entirely new, like 2 of them were mentioned at the end of Winter Soldier. And I mean in like the stinger of Winter Soldier.
Yeah, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, where nothing was known about them, nothing was established about them, other than one can make shit float and one goes fast. That's all you learned about them. But no, Avengers 2 had 4 new characters who basically had nothing about them before.
I think there was Ultron, and then I think one guy who played by Andy Serkis, I think, who will apparently become important in Black Panther.
Oh, actually, no, that's true. So 5 characters we're at now. And Andy Serkis' character will be an antagonist in Black Panther because, sure, why not? But then Civil War is apparently going to introduce Black Panther and fucking Spider-Man, apparently. And I'm just like, be careful, guys. Don't overload on new characters, please.
They're at least not introducing as many as what I've heard Avengers 2 introduced.
Okay, I'm really hoping that Black Panther gets like literally 20 seconds. That's it. And his origin story will be in Black Panther, and they're just adding in Black Panther to get people hyped for the Black Panther film to come out.
I guess that probably his involvement with the Superhero Registration Act would probably have a little bit to do with his status as leader of Wakanda and such.
Yeah.
So he'll probably have a bit of a role in Civil War. Like, I think from what I read about behind-the-scenes stuff, I think they were planning to have either Spider-Man or Black Panther as part of the focus in Civil War.
Yeah.
And now they have both. But I think Marvel Studios has gone on record to say they had plans for whenever they could get their hands on the rights to use Spider-Man as a character. So
yeah,
I'm hoping that it works out there.
Well, okay, if they're going to bring Spider-Man into the proper Marvel Cinematic Universe, don't fucking waste him like they did with Quicksilver in fucking Avengers 2. Like, don't waste him. Actually, maybe bring him up, maybe say, oh yeah, he's there, and have him even participate a little, but give him his own grounding, his own function in his own film. Don't fuck up Spider-Man, okay? Just don't fuck up Spider-Man.
I think one interesting angle they could use, and I'm wondering if they'll use it, is playing Spider-Man as a sort of recent superhero kid, because from what I've read, they're apparently not planning to do another origin story for him. Thank goodness for that. There's only so many times we need to see Uncle Ben shot.
Yeah, no, really. Wait, then, okay, well...
I think maybe they'll just do at most a few lines of dialogue to explain what happened to make him the way he is, or save that for the standalone Spider-Man movie.
Or maybe
And I think the angle they might play with him is that he'll just be looking at all of these superheroes, all of these people he's idolized so much that might have inspired him to get into superheroics, just going at each other's throats. I think that might be a perspective they'd focus on, and that'd actually be pretty interesting.
Okay. Or you remember how in the first Incredible Hulk set in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they basically just glossed over the origin? Like,
yeah, I
really
think
fast.
Yeah, from what I read, they basically, I think the, I think the original idea was to just sort of have the backstory in, like, the opening credits, maybe small references to the previous Hulk film, kind of set it up as a quasi-canon sequel to that.
Okay. Yeah, no, that was a good play on Marvel's part. Just be like, oh, did you see the first Hulk film? Okay, it's not completely accurate, but it's not also completely inaccurate. So we're not going to directly contradict it.
Yeah,
And
that was a good move on their part.
we're just going to leave it at that. You're good.
Yeah, like maybe the not smartest move they've made was letting there be so far 3 on-screen Hulks, 2 of them within the same universe.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different actor, so it's just like,
Yeah,
we get it as the audience. Okay, this guy's Bruce Banner. He doesn't look a lot like the Bruce Banner before, but
and Mark Ruffalo was actually kind of amazing in Avengers. Like,
Yeah,
he sold sort of quiet, constantly restrained Bruce Banner.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen Edward Norton in Avengers. Like, that would have been very good, but I get why it didn't play out that way. So I'm just like,
Eh.
okay.
Also, not the first time they've had an actor change within the MCU. Rhodey.
Yeah, no. I mean, admittedly, Iron Man 2 was...
It was set up for Black Widow, the movie.
which we still don't have. Black Widow deserves her own fucking film. So badly.
She does, and I've heard that parts of the plans for her solo film were sort of rolled into Winter Soldier. At least that's part of the rumor mill I heard.
Yeah, no, she fucking carried that film a lot of the time. Like, that was a lot of Black Widow just moving the plot along and helping out. Now,
Yes.
admittedly, they sort of already made a Black Widow film. It was called The Bourne Supremacy. Bah. Either that or James Bond. But still, like, seeing Black Widow within her own element as a super spy would be nice.
Yeah, like, the way Black Widow was used in Winter Soldier was actually pretty brilliant, helping Captain Steve Rogers just sort of move through this new, unknown, and now overtly hostile world.
Yeah, no, that was...
Using methods that are completely unknown to him.
Yeah, no, he can't have known how to... Like, he's an excellent soldier, but he's not a good spy. He can never be a good spy, because that's not Captain America. So, yeah, no, that was an excellent pairing of the two. So, yeah.
Another Marvel film I really like is Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, no, Guardians of the Galaxy, they played it right. I 100% expected it to fail and was 100% pleased that it didn't fail.
Yeah, like, I'd never even heard of any of them besides Rocket Raccoon.
Right.
And they managed to make a film that sold all of them, like, completely to a general audience.
Yeah, no, they, like, I was very pleased with it. Marvel has this thing where, like, I keep expecting a film to finally be the first Marvel film that sucks, and it doesn't. Like, Guardians of the Galaxy, I expected it to suck. I did, and then it didn't, and I was happy. And then Ant-Man, I expected it to suck. It didn't. It became my favorite Marvel film. So, the next Marvel film I expect to suck, Doctor Strange.
Depends on how Benedict Cumberbatch plays it.
Yes, Bumperdink Cumberbatch does have a deciding factor. In how
Yes, British name complicated has a very deciding factor.
It'll probably be okay, but again, it's like it's Doctor Strange.
Yeah, it's introducing a new element of magic into the overall Marvel universe.
Yeah, like not science so advanced it looks like magic like you got with Thor. No, this is just legitimate fucking magic. Magic. Period. Dot. End of story. Magic. So that will be interesting.
Yeah, side note on Thor, Kenneth Branagh was absolutely the right choice for director of that film. Like,
wait, Kenneth Branagh. Where do I know that name from?
Probably a lot of Shakespeare film adaptations. Like Hamlet and Henry V. To my knowledge, he is the only person to have directed a full, uncut from the text film version of Hamlet. It's like 4 hours long.
Okay, he did Thor, and yeah, no, that worked for Thor. So, and he does look familiar, but I'm just like, what do I know him from?
Have you seen Wild Wild West?
Okay, he was in Thor, and I did see Wild Wild West, yes.
He was the guy in the wheelchair.
Oh, okay. I remember him now. Now I'm just going through his entire filmography and just being like, oh, I'm all right. Apparently, he also acted in Thor: The Dark World.
Was he actor or director?
No, he apparently. Let me double check. Okay.
I don't think he was director of Dark World. I think that was someone else.
No, he he withdrew from it. Oh, he spells his name with 2 T's. Or 2 N's. Oh my god, I've had too much drink. Okay. Okay, never mind.
Oh, hey, he was also Professor Lockhart. That's nice.
Professor who?
Professor Lockhart from, I think, the second Harry Potter movie.
I never caught any of the Harry Potter films.
My sister's a huge fan, so I've caught some of them.
Ah, fair enough. All right, well, we have spent the last hour or so discussing everything besides GGDiscussion, so...
So, in other words, a usual stream.
Yeah, we just bullshitted around. We have no viewers. Yeah, I got nothing else I want to bullshit about. You?
Don't really have anything else either.
All right, cool. All right, thanks for coming on. We'll probably do this again next month sometime. I normally just only do these when I have a Friday night I have off. And, yeah. All right, smoke meth, hail Satan. See you later.
All All right, you take care.
B. Yes, now I have the stream all to myself. Oh, sure.